4's Company, 1025, 1063. The Game. We are brought to you by LPL Financial Nashville and Patrick Conger. Investment advice for you in the short term and for the future. With you till noon. Our new extended showtime, 9 to noon. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newton, Jake Wallman with you. We are broadcasting live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios, home of the $99 yearly Beehive membership, where the buzz is always about great service. Gentlemen, good morning. Should be a fun show today. If anybody out there listened to me and Connor yesterday,
we're feeling it today.
Or Frazier with
you guys,
Bingen.
Great job, by the way. And
I'm glad you think so.
The text line needs to chill out a little bit.
Well,
all right.
It's the fans Jared brings. Some of them are just so hateful.
Right. It's so different, doing the show in that time slot because there's just different expectations. But
the expectation.
The
expectation is you talk nothing but Titans for 4 hours. So
with pitchforks and knives and all the
and
above.
if you disagree with them, you are burned at the stake.
We got a fun show today, and we will not be talking any Titans, I don't believe. So,
refreshing.
It's tough to come up with Titans topics in the middle of June. I feel like we've covered everything from minicamp, and this is the time where we start to save some things up for training camp. So
we didn't get to any of the food topics of what they eat for a lunch, or
right?
whatever. We'll get to that later.
Yes, we got a month from tomorrow. Players report for training camp, and we get to really start to ramp up for football season. But we're going to talk some Preds today. We haven't talked Preds in a month, probably, at least. But the NHL draft is coming up on Friday. The Preds have the 5th overall pick. We'll talk a little bit about that and what the rest of the Preds offseason might look like. We'll look at college football a little bit as well. We'll continue our way too early look at the college football seasons. We're about 2 months out. We have a new segment coming up at 11 o'clock. We talked about this a little bit last week, and we're going to get into a Where Are They Now segment, and also look at the College World Series today as game 1 of the championship series starts between Coastal Carolina and LSU. But as always, we start with our headlines. Nick Frazier, why don't you lead us off?
Well, the St. Louis Cardinals are just winning baseball games somehow with the veteran pitching staff they have.
It's the White Sox.
Yeah, but they won last night against Cincinnati.
They did.
And I'm just like, wow, this team, they go on these little streaks. I'm like, congratulations. Like, it's like they need a pat on the back.
They're 2 games out?
I believe so.
Of a wild card?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, looking at them play, it makes me feel like there's hope. They could make a playoff push. They're drawing me back in. The fact that locals don't want to go to their games and I can go watch a game for $37 behind home plate, I'm all about it. This is like 1970s baseball. I'm cool with it. Cardinals are good. Tickets are cheap. Just need to bring down the food prices. Then we're good.
Good to know the Cardinals have set baseball back 50 years.
Yeah. That's what you're looking for.
That's what I want.
You got 5 weeks till the trade deadline. So if they can just hang in there, don't be sellers, there might be a chance to sneak into the playoffs.
They're going to sell one person in particular.
2 of them, I think, for sure.
Who? Arenado?
Arenado and Helsley.
I'd like Helsley in Detroit. The Tigers pitching. Your boy Jack Flaherty, I don't know what that was last night. Gave up 8 runs in 2 1/3.
He's not our boy.
He's not my boy anymore.
He hasn't been our boy in 3 years.
Yeah, Flaherty got off to a good start this year, but he's been struggling the last couple of weeks. But Cardinals, I like to see it. The MLB, Major League Baseball.
It's not
Major League Baseball. It's tight this year. There's only a handful of teams that are truly out of it right now. You look at the Rockies, the White Sox, the A's. They're probably not going to find their way into a playoff race. But I'd say 20-plus teams probably feel like they've got a chance.
Yeah.
So,
well, this is what we were talking about yesterday. I really want to hear your opinion on this, Frazier.
Sure.
The thing about MLB is that I think I said the number 25 of the 30 teams have some sort of star player. The star power in baseball is just at an all-time high, it feels like. And I think that's part of the reason why baseball is kind of what it is today. It's back. Baseball is cool again for some level. I could go through most teams and give you a star player, someone that is taken over that city for that team.
Even on the worst teams.
I mean,
right.
There are some
Paul Skeens.
Like the Rockies.
Chicago has Luis Robert.
Jacob Wilson for the A's is almost certainly going to win Rookie of the Year.
Lawrence Butler.
Right.
I mean, they have
Tyler
some young
Soderstrom.
studs. Yeah.
And then the Rockies just have absolutely nothing. But I mean, even like the contenders, obviously, like Aaron Judge is transcendent of baseball, Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, players like that. But, it's just that's what I think. We talked about this yesterday. That's what I think NBA is lacking, is that star power just across the board. Baseball has that.
Well, NBA did the whole let's make a super team. Like,
Right.
that's what that league turned into. And now that everybody's seeing this Oklahoma City versus Indiana Pacers matchup, they're like, oh, what if we even out the league?
Right.
Maybe we actually would have a good product.
The pendulum is swinging back from big threes to have a well-balanced roster, and that's going to give you the best chance to win. Like the Suns tried to go big three with Booker, Durant, and Beal, and it failed miserably.
Mhm.
So I think it is starting to swing back to, like, if you can go 8-9 deep and have good shooters, guys who play defense, you get a chance to win, and that's what we're seeing with the Pacers and Thunder. My headline, just because it was up there, Rafael Devers. How about that trade?
Yeah.
I mean,
and now he's willing to play anywhere, he says.
Right. And yesterday, they facing his former team for the first time. It is funny how that worked out, that 5 days later, he faces the Red Sox. It wasn't in Fenway, but Cedane Rafaela, center fielder, took away at the very least extra bases from him with a leaping catch at the wall. And I believe the Red Sox won that game. So, I understand the trade on both sides, but the Red Sox, I think they might have themselves an enemy moving forward with Rafael Devers.
I think it's a great trade, though, for both parties.
Yeah.
I think Boston really needed to move on from Devers and actually bolster up the pitching staff. I mean, they have some young talent, around the diamond, but I think it just balances out their team. And as for the Giants, they're in a win-now window. They go get that Jung-Ho Lee.
Yep.
He's been an RBI machine. I think they still have Matt Chapman for the
Yep.
most part. I mean, you're adding core pieces to that lineup to where you actually can put together 5 to 6 runs on an average night.
You got Elliot Ramos there too. So that's a team that can really piece things together on the offensive side. They got good pitching with Logan Webb and some of the younger guys. Hayden Birdsong's been good this year. It's a great name.
Yeah.
So big move. And the Red Sox, you wonder if maybe there's another move coming now that they have all that money freed up from the Devers trade. Connor Newt, what is your headline this morning?
Let's just all three go with baseball headlines.
All
today.
right, I'm in.
How about Jacob Mizorowski last night? Former Sound. He had one pitch against, I think it was Willie Castro.
Yeah.
96-mile-an-hour slider inside. Willie Castro chases for the strikeout.
Tied him into a knot.
Unbelievable. He had Mizorowski hasn't given up a hit in 11 straight innings since starting his career.
Well, he did give up a home run in the 7th yesterday.
Yes.
He was perfect through 6, though.
Yes.
So he did finally give up his first hit, but man, what a start to his career.
He's fun to watch. I told you guys yesterday. He doesn't throw the ball the hardest, but man, he's so crafty with the zone.
Yeah.
Like he will get you to chase.
He's going to be good. If you're throwing 96-mile-an-hour sliders, like that's Jacob deGrom territory.
Yeah.
So,
and DeGrom had a good day yesterday as well against the Pirates.
I didn't know he was pitching.
It went 4 hitless innings.
Oh,
so, yeah. And then he kind of fell off a little bit. But, I mean, it's besides the point. But he's right. Mizorowski is going to be a huge asset to Milwaukee's pitching staff. And, at the beginning of the season, I mentioned that Milwaukee was one of those teams that kind of was upsetting to me because they're the heavy favorites to win the Central, and they end up not performing at their peak level. Now, don't get me wrong, they're contending in that division, but at the same time,
that division's wide open.
Yeah, now it's wide open.
Yeah.
So to add him to the pitching staff, it only bolsters them to go forward.
Well, the Cubs currently have the lead in that division,
Mm-hmm.
and I just got to shout out Pete Crow Armstrong, the 4th fastest player ever to get to 20 home runs and 20
You don't have
stolen
to
bases.
shout out a Cub. It's okay.
I mean, he's fun to watch, and it makes it even cooler that his mom she's an actress who played the mom in either Little Big League or Rookie of the Year.
I do recall seeing that, I think.
I'm trying.
Wasn't that on the Cubs broadcast? Didn't Boog Shambi shout that out?
Yeah, I think so. Let me see. Was it Little Big League?
Good old
yes,
Boog.
Little Big League. So her son became a pitcher for the Cubs in a movie, and now her actual son is the Cubs' best player and maybe the National League MVP.
I don't know about that one. I think Ohtani still has that wrapped up.
Ohtani doesn't play defense.
Ohtani pitches now.
I don't know.
He's pitched 1 inning. I think there's an argument to be had. I think
Yeah.
Shohei probably does end up winning it, especially if he comes back and starts throwing 5-6 innings per start. But right now, I think Pete Crow Armstrong, there's an argument to be made.
That's my hot take. I think Shohei should just be a relief guy.
Yeah, make him the closer.
Yeah.
That in the playoffs, let him just come in and rip 101-mile-an-hour fastballs instead of having to pace himself
he's got
through
like
6 innings.
5-6 different pitches too. A lot of closers don't have that. Most closers just have 3 to 4,
Right.
like a fastball, a slider, and maybe a curve.
And when healthy,
agree.
it's not like the Dodgers have a shortage of starting pitching.
No.
When everybody's there, they don't need Shohei Ohtani to be part of their rotation. So maybe they do make that decision later on. Jake Wallman, good morning. Wrap us up with your headline, and it is also your day for question of the day.
Good morning, gentlemen. Little Big League, very underrated sports movie, by the way.
Very good movie.
Unfamiliar. Never seen it.
You've never okay, that's your homework for the week. Go see
Okay.
Little Big League.
Okay.
Connor, you would enjoy Little Big League. But I'm going to keep it with baseball in my headline for the week. The 2025 Braves need to be studied. I mean, they would make a great case study. I think they have all the talent on the roster, but they can never put it together.
It's called the end of a window.
Yeah,
what it
that's
is.
true.
Yeah.
Ronald Acuna is great, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Blow it up.
they look great against the Mets, and they win 3 in a row against a hated division rival, and then they go to Miami and just look kind of feeble.
Yeah. I mean, they're what, 8-9 games out of the
I think
NL East?
they're 6 games under 500. I'd have to check on
Yeah,
where they're
on
at
the
in the wild card
standings.
standings.
11 games.
Ooh, 11.
Yeah.
They were 14.
They were-
Progress.
Could be worse.
I'm sorry, Wallman. I don't want to.
No, you're not rubbing it in. I'm
the
I'm
Braves-
with you. I
Connor
mean, they
is-
just it doesn't make sense.
They're
Connor's right.
6 games out of the wild card
They need to blow it up.
behind your St. Louis Cardinals.
And it all started with Alex Anthopoulos not wanting to sign Freddie Freeman.
Well, I think that was a little bit of some
I
conversations that were mixed up.
I think you'd still be in the same situation if you re-signed Freddie Freeman.
Yeah.
It's not hinging on your first baseman that the team is
Right.
struggling. Like, you're struggling in all.
It'd be
aspects.
nice to have Freddie Freeman.
Now, Chris Sale's playing right. He's playing well.
Yeah.
You mean Cy Sale?
Shut up.
He's not winning the Cy Young again this year.
Not this year.
Keith.
Who would win in the NL?
Skeens.
Yeah, probably Skeens.
Even though he's 4-6, but he's got a 1.8 ERA or something like
That's
that.
ridiculous.
Poor guy.
Crazy. Jake Wallman, what is our question of the day?
Do you guys want sports or non-sports?
I don't care.
Whatever you're feeling.
Yeah, whatever you're in the mood for.
Whatever your coffee's telling you in there.
So I was looking through my phone. I've got some question of the day topics kind of stacked away, when it comes to times like this. And I was curious, with the College World Series starting this weekend, what is the best and worst feelings in sports?
It's a good question. We will get to that coming up at 10 o'clock. What are the best and worst feelings in sports? You can text or call 615-737-1025. Our phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. I do have to issue a correction. I mixed up Little Big League and Rookie of the Year. Little Big League is the one where the 12-year-old inherits the Minnesota Twins. He becomes the owner. Not Rookie of the Year is the one where he breaks
What are
his
these
arm.
movies? Like,
That's all. Little Big League is also a very underrated movie.
The one you're talking about.
So Ashley Crow, Pete Crow Armstrong's mom, was in Little Big League. So her son in the movie did not play for the Cubs.
see, I don't like these like kiddie baseball. Like, my hot take is I hate the Sandlot.
You didn't have a childhood
Wow.
if you didn't like these movies.
Yeah, well,
These 90s baseball movies is what I grew up on.
I love you,
Sandlot.
Connor, but don't ever say those words again.
Little
I'll say
Big
again, I don't like
League.
the Sandlot.
Oh man,
Little Big
Wendy Peppercorn. You kidding me?
Not a fan.
Little Big League's great. I think Rookie of the Year is probably a little bit better.
Yeah.
Um,
And I'm trying to think of some other ones. Angels in the Outfield's all right.
yeah.
It's not
I
great.
didn't like that one.
I mean, Major League. We've done question today. What's the best baseball movie ever? Right?
Field of Dreams is the most overrated movie I've ever seen. in my
Yeah,
life.
I've watched it only once or twice. I'm not a huge Field.
I mean, there's
Dreams
only
guy.
one answer for the best baseball.
Major League.
Yeah,
Yeah, Major League's good.
and 42.
What are
42
y'all's
is
feelings
good.
about Major League 2?
I haven't seen it.
Major League 2 is fine. Somebody tried to tell me that Major League 3 is their favorite baseball movie of all time, and I forget who it was. But that's the one where Charlie Sheen's not even in it, and they go back to the minors. It's not good.
It's bad.
It's really bad.
Talk about the production money. That
Yeah,
was
like,
no production money.
It
added
was.
to
It
that.
looked like a film student made it.
That's very possible. It's very possible that happens.
615-737-1025. Again, our question of the day: what are the best and worst feelings in sports? We'll get to those coming up at 10 o'clock. Coming up next, it is the week of the NHL draft. So we're going to get into the Predators a little bit. What could the Preds do with the number 5 pick? And what do we expect to see from Barry Trotz this offseason as he tries to retool this roster to be competitive in the 2025-26 season? Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newton, Jake Wallman with you on this Saturday morning. 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Do you want to go where everyone knows your name?
I have a new appreciation for the show now that I can drink.
Yeah, I need to rewatch Cheers.
It's good.
Yeah,
Good
it's
stuff.
I think it's my dad's favorite show.
Ever?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, he's a big Cheers guy.
Dating myself, but I remember when this show was on Nick at Night.
Really? I just remember waking up to reruns of
I don't know if that's
whose
me or
that
not.
is. It's not me.
But I will say, Cheers, very good show. Very good show.
Yeah, Cheers is good.
See, my parents are more, 90s sitcoms. Like, we love Friends.
Yeah,
Friends is probably my favorite.
Friends fell off towards the end, but like the first 4 or 5 seasons of Friends.
Everybody
really
loves
good.
Raymond. Underrated.
That one's
See, I
King
haven't
of
seen
Queens
that
is
one.
underrated.
King of Queens is good.
It's really good.
Yeah.
And then you get into like the 2000s, like that's our generation. Office is great.
Yep.
Parks
How I
and
Met
Rec.
Your
How I
Mother.
Met Your Mother is fantastic. Parks
Um,
and Rec is great. I haven't watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine yet.
I didn't get through all of it, but it is good. Like
Uh.
Andy Samberg's good in that show.
Have you ever watched Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
I haven't. I saw that their 17th
my
season is
God.
coming out.
I haven't seen.
Um,
I haven't watched it start to finish. I've seen a couple episodes. It is hilarious.
That might have to be my next watch.
It's very
Because Wrexham did so well, they're doing another season.
Wrexham is
Right.
good. No, Wrexham's a good show. I enjoy that.
Well, no, I'm just talking about the club in general.
Yeah.
They bought them for $2 million, and now their worth is like $475 million. It's ridiculous.
That is crazy. I remember I watched a little bit of the first season of Welcome to Wrexham, and it was I didn't really click with me. But now knowing how well they've done, maybe I will have to go back
That's
and watch it.
Ted Lasso's great.
Yeah.
If you ever watch that.
If you want a show kind of like Ted Lasso, Stick on Apple TV just
My brother
came
was
out.
telling me about that.
Yeah, it's a golf show with Owen Wilson. It's pretty good. It has
Lightning McQueen.
it has kind of Ted Lasso vibes, not the same.
What's
but
this Shane Gillis show?
Tires?
Yeah.
Tires is awesome.
I watched a little
Is
bit
it-
of season 1. It was fine.
I like Shane Gillis. So
Yeah.
I may watch it.
Shane Gillis is good. I always kind of thought that's not really his
Yeah, he's
medium.
not an
Like
actor.
he's a stand-up guy. Like
Well, he's probably just playing himself.
right. No, he is. But there are moments that are funny, but there are other moments where it's just like this doesn't feel like where he should be performing.
Yeah, it's almost like you have to watch some of his stand-ups and be a fan of him to really enjoy that
Right.
show.
I'm so behind on my shows. Like I've got
I know. I'm-
7 or 8 I need to watch.
I'm trying to catch up, and they keep coming out with more. Like the Bear season 4 comes out next.
I haven't
week.
watched that.
Bear's good.
There's a new show called The Waterfront on Netflix just came out. I think like 2-3 days ago. It's pretty good.
There's
Man.
one show. Oh,
There's so much TV.
on Netflix. I watched the first episode. It was really, really good. Brutal, but good. All Quiet on the Western Front.
Oh yeah,
Really good. If
yeah,
you like westerns. Which I
yeah.
do.
Too much TV. I feel like I could sit at home and just watch TV all day and still not be caught up on everything I want to watch. But
Indeed.
anyway, on to the Preds. NHL draft is coming up on Friday
We stalled enough.
as the NHL offseason is finally here. The Florida Panthers back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. Preds pick 5th coming up on Friday in the draft. And I know that's not where Preds fans wanted them to be, obviously, but you're still going to get a good player. I look at this mock draft that I just pulled up from, I guess, Tankathon. Maybe that's not the best place to look, but anyway, James Hagens is listed as the number 5 pick, the center from Boston College. Lots of good centermen available towards the top of this round. I don't think I would hate it if James Hagens fell to the Predators, because I did see some mock drafts right when the lottery came out that he was going to go right behind Schaefer and Misa at the top. If he fell to 5, I feel like that would be a pretty good value pick for the Preds.
Yeah, and they need a center. You know what I mean? Like they need that extra reinforcement. That was one of the conversations Adam and I had yesterday, and I had a little hard time, I guess, getting to grasp with it that, you know, the Preds are in this win now window with all these vets, and yet they talk about this evolution of the younger era of players coming in. And yeah, there are a few here and there, but some of them are not producing to the value that they want them to, which is an issue. So when you have a top 5 pick like this, and I get in the NHL draft, it's a little bit more different from NFL and MLB. Like a lot of these guys go into the pipeline, they develop a little bit.
Right.
But in my opinion, if you're a top 5 pick in any draft, you need to be playing in the NHL.
Yeah.
Or in your respected league.
The thing with the Predators I've come to realize is they talk about how they have all this young talent that's roosting in Milwaukee and developing. Then they get here. And do they produce? No. Like, look at Luke Evangelista. Had a great rookie year, was awful last year. You had some that came up last year, like Zach LaRue had his moments. Fedor Svechkov had his moments. Matthew Wood played a few games for whatever reason. But it just seems like, I don't know, maybe they call him up too quick. Like Joachim Kimmel has been down there for 3 to 4 years, it feels like, and I'm waiting for him to get called up. I feel like he'll make the opening day roster.
I hope Spencer Stasny is performing at top level.
That was a tough break for the Preds.
Yeah.
He had the personal issues and missed a lot of the early part of the season because he was expected to be a big piece on defense for the Preds last year. I don't know. You're right. Like the NHL draft, whoever the Preds pick at number 5 probably isn't going to help the team right off the bat.
Which needs to. That's the issue. Is like if you're going to be drafting that high, you need to have a draft pick that's going
Well,
to
here's the
benefit
thing.
immediately.
There is no plug and play Connor McDavid in this
Right.
draft.
There's no Connor Bedard. There's no
Yeah.
Macklin Celebrini. But there are good players at the top. And I wanted to throw this out there. The Preds have 3 first-round picks in this draft. They pick 5th, 23rd, and 26th. Could you package 2, maybe all of those picks to move up to 2 and get Michael Misa? Because I think Misa, he seems to be the forward that is a tier above pretty much everybody else. It's not a huge leap. Like, again, he's not Bedard, he's not McDavid. But if you're going to go get the top forward in this draft, Misa's the guy. You've got the draft capital to do it. And the Sharks just took Macklin Celebrini last year. Maybe they'd be okay with moving back and picking up a couple extra picks.
And if you're the Preds and you're in a win now window with all these vets, you need to do that. You need to trade up and get a top 2 pick.
Right.
It's a must.
Do you really need 3 guys in the first round?
And this is where everybody has a conversation of, well, it feels like Barry's half in and half out. He wants to work with this window of all the vets and wants to really help develop the youth. That's where it comes down to the decision. If you want to keep 3 first-round draft picks, that means you're on the side of, oh, we're here to develop.
Right.
We're not here to go for it. But when you make a move for Stamkos, Marchessault, Shea, you're going for it.
Yeah.
So you need to go for it and move all 3 of these picks into a top 2 spot.
And Barry Trotz has talked about that of, we have all these picks. That doesn't mean we're going to use all of these picks. It feels like that would be a Barry Trotz type move to move up and go get a Michael Misa at number 2. Schaefer, it seems likely, is going to go 1 to the Islanders, but I could see the Sharks being motivated to move back. And if the Preds aren't in love with James Higgins or, Frondell or one of these other guys that are going to be there at 5, maybe you do make that move. And Misa, although, again, I don't know if Misa is going to be immediate plug and play, makes the opening day NHL roster. I think he's probably closer to helping out this team if you take him than somebody else would be at pick number 5.
I just feel like with all this capital that the Preds have, I think it would be in their best interest to try and move up. Why would you? I mean, you're in this, I don't want to say win now window because they obviously can't win.
No, it is win now.
But
It is
if
definitely.
you're in this window with all these veterans and all these, as Jared calls them, pawpaws, you're in this window where you kind of have to produce results. I mean, you have Forsberg in his window. Yossi's, we don't know if he'll be a health liability from now on with his recent diagnosis, but Saros's new contract kicks in next week. You have all these vets. You kind of have to produce results. So I feel like by getting as high of a prospect as you can in this draft, I think that would help your franchise in the long run, especially in the situation you put yourself in.
Preds have 5 of the top 55 picks in this draft. So plenty of draft capital.
Or better yet, use that draft capital and get a proven player out there. I don't know who would possibly be willing to sell that.
Yeah.
You're not going to get, a Leon Draisaitl or anyone like that, but you could maybe get a producing center.
Right. And maybe that's something that starts to pop up over the next week or so as we lead up to the draft. Preds have a lot of big decisions to make when it comes to this roster this offseason, because as you guys have said, this roster is built to win now. Like, that's what they did when they signed Saros to that extension and they brought in Stamkos, Shea, and Marchessault. Can they make the necessary changes around those guys to compete this year? We'll talk about that coming up next. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman with you Saturday mornings, 4's Company here on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. Tune into ESPN 94.9 The Fan tonight as the Nashville Sounds take on the Iowa Cubs. Pregame begins at 6:20. First pitch is at 6:35. Coverage also available on the Game Nashville app and at thegamenashville.com. Sounds baseball on ESPN 94.9 The Fan is presented by Twin Peaks and Family Leisure. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman, 4's Company here on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. We are looking at the Predators as the NHL offseason approaches. Draft is a week from yesterday, Friday night, and you can listen in to Draft Night in Smashville right here on 102.5 The Game and get all of your up to the minute updates on what the Predators do with their 3 first-round draft picks. We talked possibly about them moving up, but I think there's a lot of big decisions for Barry Trotz to make this offseason, and the first one is Jonathan Marchessault. That's the one that I think is the first domino. Do they keep him? Do they trade him after the comments he made about Andrew Brunette? Didn't have a great season in his first year with the Preds. I think that's going to tell a lot about which way the Preds want to go with this thing. Is do they get off of Jonathan Marchessault and just say, you know what, it was a bad decision, it failed, let's just get what we can and move on? Or do they hope that they can reconcile things in year 2 and turn him back into the really accomplished goal scorer that he was with Vegas?
I think they're gonna. You're good. I think they're gonna try.
Nice, Joe.
Joe Rex.
That was my worst one ever.
Yeah, that was
I
bad.
mean, I clobbered that mic.
I mean, you put
you
the
Mike
hit,
Tyson, man. You get a right
put
hook.
the hit stick on it. I mean, good Lord.
But no, for the Preds, I think they're going to do this as a little trial run. I think you're going to see about 10, 15 games. This thing ain't working out. I'm pretty sure both parties would be okay with moving that no trade clause.
You mentioned it during the break while we were talking. I feel like you could flip him to a contender and he'd be okay.
Yeah.
Like flip him to a Edmonton or a Toronto, go get Zach Hyman or Nugent Hopkins, or you're not going to get Mitch Marner. I promise you, the Mitch Marner pipe dream for the Predators needs to be studied.
Nobody would want that. If you think
I
about
wouldn't.
It. No.
I wouldn't feel good about that because guess what you're doing? You're adding another veteran, another pawpaw to the team that may or may not produce.
Yeah, and I think for the Preds this season, there's going to be obviously a increase of production. There's going to be more wins, obviously, on the score sheets. But the reason why I say that is because the chemistry's there now. They've had a year to really develop and get to know everybody, one another. I look at it almost as like the Titans. I know we're not talking football today, but you're building a foundation. I think the Titans, the Preds have built some form of a foundation with all these vets that hopefully it clicks. I air quote hopefully because it's a very cautious air we're talking about. Very cautious air.
Ben on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, says, of course they will say that they want to, but there is no way they truly believe they can be a contender this year. It would be a supremely pleasant surprise at best. So Barry still has to plan for a slow build behind the scenes. I think that they backed themselves into a corner with those 3 signings last year of they opened a window. It went horribly in year 1. But if you're looking at just the talent on this team, the talent is there with, the guys you already had with Forsberg and Yossi, and you hope that Evangelista and maybe some of the younger guys can step up. But you did bring in Steven Stamkos and Jonathan Marchessault, 2 guys who have won Stanley Cups before. And then Brady Shea, who you signed to, was it a 7-year deal for Brady Shea?
Yeah.
So, it's not like you can change the makeup of this team in one offseason after the big moves that you've made. You kind of have to run it back with this group. There's going to be some shuffling. We already saw them trade for Eric Haula. There's going to be a few moves where you bring in maybe a third line, you send somebody else off. But it's going to be a very similar team at the top as it was last year. I think you're right, Nick, that you have to hope that the guys who had bad years last year and didn't live up to the hype are able to bounce back this year. And I think the Preds, on paper, probably are a playoff team. I don't know if they're a Stanley Cup contender like everyone thought they would be last year.
Sorry, Frazier.
After you, please.
I disagree with that text to an extent. I think the Predators truly believe they are a contender. I think they are looking at this past season and thinking, yeah, it was a fluke. It was just a one-off. That's not going to happen again if we run it back. How many changes have they made? They kept the coach. They kind of have to keep that core together because of how much money you spend.
Right. There
on
really wasn't an option to get rid of a lot of those guys.
But the main thing is they kept Andrew Brunette. If they really believed that they weren't a contender, they would have canned him immediately.
Yeah.
And maybe brought in a prominent coach like Dallas's coach that they just fired.
DeBoer.
Yeah, not Kalen.
Not
Pete.
Kalen DeBoer.
Pete,
Pete
not
DeBoer.
Kalen.
They're not related somehow, which is kind of crazy.
That would be funny if they were.
Both coaches getting canned.
Yeah.
I'm just
Kalen hasn't been canned
Well,
yet.
I
Not
think
yet.
might be.
He's don't be the guy after the guy. But to my point, I think they truly believe that they are contenders because of the lack of changes they made. Like you're still trotting out your same core. You didn't make any moves. You're not. Doesn't sound like Barry Trotz wants to make any prominent signings this year in free agency. So if they really believed that they weren't contenders, they would probably make a lot of changes, and they didn't do that.
Yeah, and I'll say this, and it's gonna really make me mad, but Yaroslav Askarov screwed this whole thing up. I
Yeah.
think he genuinely screwed all this
He
up.
screwed himself up too.
Well, but like he wanted to start so bad, and I also think UC Soros, along with all this, that long contract, it's just if you had Askarov as your backup, I think this whole thing plays out completely different. I really do. I think when Soros goes in those slumps, you can put Askarov in there, and it would have been just fine. But I mean, don't get me wrong, Eustace Onanen, he showed some good promise last year. But I think if Askarov just waited in the wing, just backed up Soros, would have been just fine.
Yeah, it does make you wonder if I was kind of on the side of Willie and were they the Avengers last year?
Yes,
That was what they called themselves. Of you got to keep Soros, but looking back with the assets you could have gotten for UC Soros, and you don't know if Askarov would have turned into a top 10 goalie in the league.
Right.
Like a lot of would have had to go right for him, but you felt good about the future with him. And if you had Wedgwood or Onanen, obviously you made the trade there.
Yeah.
That could be a good transition goalie to get you to Askarov. But the assets that you had that you could have gotten for UC Soros really could have helped this team last year and moving forward.
Yeah. And that's what angers me the most is that if Askarov stayed in the equation of all this, and you still go after a Eustace Onanen because Barry Trotz said, like, our scouts have been watching this guy,
Right.
and they bring him in from Colorado, and he's pretty decent. And I think, like you're saying, use him as a transitional goaltender, kind of like Dan Ellis back in the day with the Preds. I don't know if y'all remember that. You remember that?
Sorry, I'm watching the Ryan meetup right now.
Oh, the Ryans.
All the Ryans with the Ryan. The most exciting thing to happen for the Rockies this year.
Oh, the pitcher's name is Ryan too.
Well, Ryan McMahon homered for the Rockies.
Yeah, what a night.
Really?
What a night for Ryans at Coors Field.
We had a few Ryans that worked here in the past.
Yeah. Porth.
Yeah. And Ryan, the sales guy.
Good times.
Yeah.
If you're a Ryan, please text in. We'll shout you out.
we will give you a nice shout out, Ryan.
We'd love to get a Ryan in here. Big offseason for the Preds.
The office. That Ryan.
Yeah. Ryan, what was his last name?
Howard.
Howard.
Ryan
That's
Howard.
right.
Yeah.
Ryan started the fire.
Not that Ryan Howard.
Yeah, not baseball Ryan.
Yeah. Big offseason for the Predators coming up, including Friday night in the draft. Next week, we'll be able to recap what the Predators do with those 3 first-round picks, whether they make all of them, whether they trade some of them. We will be able to react next week, 9 a.m. to noon. But again, draft night in Smashville, you can listen in live right here on the game next week as the picks come in. We will take a break. When we come back, it's 9:45 on a Saturday. Means it's time for Newt's Notes. Connor Newt takes over the show coming up next. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman, 4's Company. You're on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. It's 9:45 here on 4's Company. You hear the music. It's time for Newt's Notes. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Jake Wallman. But take it away, Connor Newt.
All right, this is going to be a little bit of a hot one today, all right? I think we need to revise what should be classified as a sport in 2025, the year of our Lord.
Oh,
Ooh, yes, do tell.
man.
Esports is
No.
not a sport. So stop trying to convince me that it is. Anyone that sits behind a keyboard with a controller and plays a video game is not an athlete. I do it every day, not competitively. The only competitive way I'll play a game is if I'm doing like an online dynasty in college football or something.
Where it gets real competitive.
Does that make me a, prominent athlete in today's society? No.
I'll work up a sweat.
But the fact that we have these
Stadium
The
pulls.
palms.
Yeah.
the fact that we have these events where it's like Team FaZe versus Team whatever,
Yeah.
Team Rocket, in like
Team Rocket.
Team Rocket
from Pokemon.
Yeah, see what I did there? Yeah. The fact that we have these and it's like this major televised competition over on Twitch is embarrassing.
People care about that stuff.
I don't get it.
But it's not a sport for
No.
sure.
There are obviously some major exceptions, but I try to run under the general rule of thumb that if it does not involve a ball or a puck, it is not a sport. There are obviously exceptions. Amateur wrestling, swimming, track and field,
Darts.
darts is not a sport. Rugby.
Yeah, darts is not a sport. Darts is a game.
Wow. Interesting development on
Darts is
4's
a-
Company.
Darts is a hobby.
I have a very strict definition of a sport. A sport, it has to be athletic,
Yep.
and you cannot practice exactly the way you compete.
Hot take, bowling is not a sport.
No.
Frazier is shook.
Bowling
Wait a
is a
minute.
game.
Any sport
Bowling?
Bowling's not
any
a sport.
sport that I can sit on the sideline and eat a piece of pizza while I wait for my turn is not a sport.
Bowling is a game. And I would even argue track and field and swimming, they're races. It's a race.
See, I think they're sports because
That one
have to be
that
in
one is tough. For
swimming,
me.
especially, you have to be in peak physical
Right.
condition.
No, I just my younger sister did dance growing up, and she used to try and tell me that was a sport, and very impressive. I
Yeah.
could not do it. I'm not trying to take anything away from anyone who dances, but it's a competition.
So my sister is watching the Dallas Cowboy cheerleader documentary on
Right.
Netflix. I sat down and watched it yesterday. While I do think they what they go through is absolutely grueling. Like their bodies have to be in peak physical condition. You have to be on point with the choreography and know your stuff. I think it's more of a competition than it is a sport.
Right, because it's decided by judges. I think if anything that's decided by judges isn't going to be a sport for me.
Right.
Would a referee be considered
about-
a judge?
No,
have a
because the
line?
referees don't necessarily decide the game.
What about boxing?
They have a line
Boxing is
judge.
judged.
What about a line judge?
Yeah, like Jake Wallman.
Yeah, he's a line
professional line judge?
Heading up to Clarksville tomorrow. Big one.
That's
Yeah.
what you think.
It's a big one.
Yeah, Nashville Cats in the semifinals tomorrow.
But the main one I'm picking on is esports because the fact that
No,
people
I get that.
consider that to be a sport is just utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, it has to be athletic for sure.
Golf, for example, is a sport.
Golf is close for me.
Don't you
Because,
dare.
but to go on his point, you practice exactly the way you play for golf.
See, the only reason I would argue differently for golf that golf is a sport is that you never know weather,
Right.
and the whole location changes. They can move the tees. It could be they can change some things, but for instance, again, I don't gymnastics. I don't want to go after gymnastics is a sport.
Y'all are treading
It's
some
tough.
murky
Yeah, I know.
waters,
I'm not
all right?
trying. I don't want to toe the line too far.
I mean, the line's been crossed for me. You saying darts ain't a sport?
Darts is
I
not a
mean,
sport.
Darts
I
is not a
can't-
sport. If I
no.
can throw a dart at the wall 5 sheets to the wind in a bar, it's not a sport.
Here's
Yes.
the thing. If you can throw a perfect 9-darter every time, congratulations. Then it's not a sport. I think if
It's
you
a skill for sure. It's just not a sport.
really, I mean, yeah, it's a skill. I get it.
No,
but
again, I'm not taking anything away from them. They're very skilled, but
Right.
it's a game. It's not a sport.
It's a hobby.
Would you say that chess is a sport?
Here's
okay, wait. Okay, all right.
here's
hold
my
up.
hottest one.
Hold up. He said chess. Chess is more of a mental game. All right.
So is
a,
darts.
Oh no, there's a technique that goes into it.
Would you say skee ball is a sport?
No,
I gotta show you a video in the break.
I think Major League Eating is a sport.
No,
Really?
I do.
Stop.
Can
No,
you eat
that's-
20 pounds of hot dogs?
No,
No.
but that's not a sport.
That-
Gluttony is not a sport.
For me, if there's something I cannot do that involves a referee in some regard, I consider it a sport.
No, if
America's Got Talent.
if a
has
sport is just
judges.
I,
Does that make it a
something-
I
sport?
said referees. Yeah, I meant to say referee if I didn't. Sorry.
if a sport is just qualified by something I can't do, then there are a lot of things that would be considered sports.
Here's
I
one.
mean,
Here's
for me,
one
that
is
is.
going to piss a lot of people off. Motor racing is not a sport.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Wow.
They're athletes, but it's not a sport.
I can drive.
So does that include like horse racing and stuff? Is that
No, jockeys aren't it.
Jockeys aren't athletes.
It's not a sport.
No, it's a hobby.
For the horses, it might be, but not for the people.
Wow. We are reaching some new waters here with you guys. I did not know that y'all didn't think about all this.
2438 says if darts isn't a sport, then neither is golf. I disagree with that. Golf
Yes, 243.
golf
Yes.
takes much more athleticism and there are dartboards and bars all over the country.
Yes,
It's like-
exactly. That's my thing with bowling. If I can sit on the side and eat a family-sized pizza while I wait for my turn and still bowl a 140, then
What about
it's not a sport.
billiards? You guys think billiards
Pool
is
is not a sport.
What is this, 1920?
It's a game. Like
football's a game?
but it's a sport. I think there's a. I
Hold up.
have.
Kids go out to recess and play football in the backyard.
I have a
'Cause
very
it's a sport.
strict difference between sport and game. Like
Yeah, what's the difference? You have to explain it to me.
a game isn't as athletic. Like you don't need to be an athlete to be a darts player.
I would put billiards in the same category I would put like cornhole. It's a game.
Yeah, no, cornhole's not a sport.
I
It's
agree
not a
with that.
sport.
I agree cornhole's not a sport.
Like
Wow.
I would say that you have to be an athlete to play a sport, but in order to play darts, pool, and cornhole, you don't have to be an athlete.
What about tennis?
Tennis
Tennis is absolutely a sport.
100%.
He's just gonna go through every sport.
I'm just running through my brain now. Like I'm.
Does this one make you feel any better? Rugby is absolutely a sport.
Rugby,
Yeah,
100%.
That does help a little bit.
Ben
but-
texted in pickleball and disc golf are the lowest tier of sports.
Neither are sports.
What?
Wow.
No, those are both sports.
pickleball is
Pickleball's-
100%
If
a
tennis is a
sport?
sport, then pickleball is a sport.
Pickleball, baby.
What
Disc
about
golf
ping,
is
what
not
about
a
ping
sport.
pong?
Ping pong? Oh, ping pong. I mean,
Those
All right,
Olympic ping
yeah.
pong guys,
I mean,
that's
now-
impressive.
the
Now we're-
Japanese get really intense with ping pong too.
We're really getting to deep waters here because my
We're
cousin,
towing the line.
my
here.
cousin in Italy is a professional badminton athlete.
Oh, badminton's a sport.
Okay, all right,
Yep.
good. All right, we're good. All right.
I think all the racket sports, I think those are sports.
Even though you can play them on a beach.
Let me.
Yeah.
What about
Volleyball's a sport, like beach volleyball.
what about the St. Edward's Special? Wall ball.
All right. Listen, you're talking to a 3-time champ here.
Hey,
Okay.
no, I balled out at wall ball.
Yeah.
Wall ball's a great game, not a sport. Great game.
For those that are curious, Connor's father was my PE teacher, and he put on a great curriculum at St. Edward's.
I love
Red
it.
light, green light, baby.
Not just that, he brought in
He-
actual soccer goals
He do
inside.
full Squid Games.
Yeah,
Is
honestly.
Squid Game's a sport? We discuss next.
No.
0780 says, "Man, it's always a slow day when this topic comes up on
It is.
sports radio.
It's June.
It's June. There's
mean-
not a whole lot to talk about, but it's a fun topic.
This conversation, it went for a weird left turn, and it's almost to the same point if the Savannah Bananas are better than the Sounds. That's how
Savannah
I
Bananas,
equate this
not a
to.
sport.
Let's not get into that again.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
just
not
saying-
getting into that again. Don't
I'm
make me
not.
mad.
I'm just saying that's what it equates to. This my anger. It's my anger levels. It equates to that.
Devin and Dixon saying, "You try sitting inside a 120-degree race car for 3 hours and tell me motor racing isn't a sport." I mean,
I'm on the side that it is.
I'm not trying to take anything away from them. I just have a strict definition of sport, and I don't think driving falls into that.
Kyle in Clarksville says if you can make a good living off of it, it's a sport.
No, that's
So
accounting is a
yeah,
sport.
I was just about to say something like that.
I mean-
Music is a sport, everyone.
I think everybody has their own definition, and
In conclusion, esports is not a
esports
sport.
is not a
Stop
sport.
trying to convince
Yes,
me that
there we
it
go.
is.
That's the point in Newt's notes today. 2438 says golf is not a sport, fellas. There's no competition in it. It's
There's
you versus
absolutely
the
competition.
hole in the ball. No, golf is a sport.
There's
Dark.
competition in it. What do you think the Masters is?
Right. And you have to be an athlete to play golf.
Right.
Like,
Golf is like almost hitting a
on,
golf ball
hang
is
on.
almost as hard as
with
hitting
the
baseball.
Wait a
exception of
minute.
John Daly.
Okay. All right.
John Daly is the exception, not the rule. And John Daly in his prime
was good.
was more of an athlete than he is now. But like you look at like Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy, those guys are athletes.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods won a US Open on a broken leg.
Yeah.
Like
Golf's a sport.
golf is borderline to me, but I put it in the category of sport.
What
Fun-
about Fat Perez?
Yeah, he's an athlete.
Okay. All right. We're good. All right. I'm happy now.
Look, we pushed him to the limit and then we brought him back.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
615-737-1025 is our phone number. That was a fun Newts Notes. Well done, Connor. We've got
Thank you. I thought of it in the car this morning.
Very controversial, apparently. But what's a sport? What's not? Not our question of the day. Our question of the day is, what is the best feeling and worst feeling in sports? You can answer that again, 615-737-1025. Speaking of sports, tune into 1025 The Game for NASCAR coverage of Explore the Pocono Mountains 250 at 2:30 p.m. Coverage is also available on the Game Nashville app and at theGameNashville.com. Hour number 1 in the books. Hour number 2 coming up. We'll answer the question of the day after this. You're on 4's Company, 1025, 1063 The Game. Second hour of the show, 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3. The Game brought to you by LPL Financial Nashville and Patrick Conger Financial Planning for tomorrow so that you can enjoy today. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman, broadcasting live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios, home of the $99 yearly Beehive membership, where the buzz is always about great service. Coming up this hour, we're going to talk some college football, also Frazier's Files. Our second edition of Frazier's Files.
Are we sticking with that name?
Yeah, well, why not? Yeah,
Why not?
I'm
We can
cool
take
with
the
that, yeah.
asterisk off it.
I have a segment for me at 11:30. I haven't come up with a name for it yet, so we'll have to figure that out.
Oh, we got some.
Yeah,
Lyman's
lessons.
Lyman's letters.
I teach something.
lessons.
Jake's journals.
I was gonna say like liaison or something like
I
that.
I don't know. We'll figure something out. Anyway, it's time for the question of the day. Jake Wallman wants to know, what are the best and worst feelings in sports? Plenty of good options out there. We've got a couple of texts on our text line. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025 is how you can chime in. Devin and Dixon says the best feeling in sports is beating your hated rival in a big game.
Yes.
The worst feeling, making it all the way to the championship and not winning it all. Both good. Ben says for players, the best is winning that first championship. Worst is falling super far in the draft unexpectedly. I think that's a good one. The
Ask Shador.
sliding in the draft. For fans, beat your decades-long bad team finally gets a ring like the Cavaliers. Worst is having a bad owner. That is a good one as well.
Because we all know how it feels.
Right. Well, I mean, I had so many friends growing up outside DC that were Commanders, Redskins fans, and Dan Snyder made their lives horrible for years. So I know that's not a good one. So good ones from Ben there. You guys have any thoughts? Best feeling, worst feeling in sports?
I'll go specifically for college sports. Walking in and just hearing that fight song for the first time just gets me juiced. Or for me, walking into a Rupp Arena and just seeing that court for the first time, special. I now have a piece of Rupp Arena floor hanging on my wall now. It's fantastic. The worst feeling, I would counter with losing to a heated rival.
Yeah,
Like,
losing to your rival's tough.
Especially, I mean, if you got friends that are fans of your rival and they let you hear about it, like I have a lot of Tennessee fans, they let me hear about it, even though the odds are not in their favor in a certain sport with an orange ball. But if you just hearing the talk after you lose, that's probably the worst thing.
Right. Especially in football when you don't get another chance for a year. Like
Football, I'm used to it because Kentucky's so bad.
right. But basketball, usually you play twice. So even if you lose the first one, it's like, all right, we'll get you back in 2 weeks, or maybe I'll see you in the SEC tournament.
Like Kentucky only plays Louisville once a year in basketball.
That's a good point.
But like conference rivals,
right.
yes.
Conference rivals, like when Virginia Tech plays UVA, we usually lose in basketball, but there's usually a second opportunity. Football, although I don't know what it feels like outside of 1 year to lose to Virginia in football. You have to wait a whole year to get back at them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the worst feeling is knowing darts is not a sport. That's number one on the list.
Sink it in, pal.
It's gonna have to sit in.
I love how Frazier has just resigned to.
Don't worry,
we're the ones who said it, so he's just like, "Yep, it's not a sport."
Don't worry, I'm getting back talk on saying esports isn't a sport. Apparently, if I sit at home and play,
easy.
If I sit at home and play Call of Duty, it makes me a tenured war veteran.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. The best feeling in sports, it's not really, exact to the point of like, oh, beating your rival, whatever. For me, it's as a personal experience, getting to go to a stadium. Like,
yeah, seeing it for the first time.
Yeah, like I've been to Busch Stadium. I've obviously been to Nissan Stadium, but I've yet to go to Wrigley. Well, I've been to Wrigley Field, Fenway Park, Cowboy Stadium. I want to go to all those. And so for me, having that first feeling of walking into a sports venue I've never been into, that's the feeling I get. It's just that dopamine level is just
another one is
out of this world.
Another one is walking into enemy territory and coming out with a win.
Yeah.
Did that this year in basketball, I went to TBA and walked out
Food
with a win.
City Center.
Stop it.
It'll always be TBA.
This guy's claiming he beat my ass in Call of Duty. I don't play Call of Duty, so
It says
there
he
you go.
practices daily.
Okay. Okay.
I would say, as a Hokie fan, the best feeling in sports is jumping to Enter Sandman. The worst feeling is 3 minutes later when they actually kick the ball off.
I want to experience Enter Sandman so bad, though.
It really is one.
This guy's trash talking.
I don't know what's going on
I
the
don't,
text line.
I don't know what this guy's trying to end my life in Call of Duty. I don't even play Call of Duty.
Oh boy.
It really is it is an experience I think everybody should have. Enter Sandman night game. Hey, go to the Vandy game this year. It's it'll be good. That's a 7:30 kick, I think. In all seriousness, I think the worst feeling in sports, I know Devin and Dixon said getting to the championship and losing. I think the worst feeling in sports as a fan is getting to the game before the championship and losing. Like you get to the conference championship,
so close yet so far,
and it's like when the Titans lost to the Chiefs back in 2019 season, that you were up 10, second quarter, you're like 35 minutes of game time away from going to a Super Bowl, and then you lose. Like, I think that's the worst feeling as a fan. Because if you get to the Super Bowl and lose, at least you played in the last game, and you get that 2 weeks of buildup heading to the Super Bowl. But you lose all that if you lose in the conference championship game.
I think as a fan and also as a player.
This guy says he's outside the window with a PS5.
Oh, all right. Well, as I was saying,
Try it.
I think, as a fan and also as a player, when it comes to football specifically.
Oh,
when I was playing in high school at Father Ryan, I just go back and look like there's that one play when you're going up against your rival, could have been a different outcome. Like there's a guy wide open and like on the left side of the hash, and you just like you can easily throw it to him and it would have been a different outcome. I think for me, that's the regret of looking back and saying, yeah, that could have been different.
Yeah, that is a good point. Devin and Dixon texting in says he's still not over the 2017 Cup Finals, boys. Yeah,
me neither.
No, it's tough. I think for me, maybe it's better because the only time I've seen one of my teams in the championship, the Tigers got swept. So it wasn't like it was heartbreaking for me. I knew it was over after game 3.
Ripped the Band-Aid off.
Another one, a buzzer beater is an electric feeling.
Right, or a devastating feeling.
Yeah.
Depending on what side
I
you're
experienced the good side twice this year
Yeah.
with Otega Owe against Oklahoma.
on. For sure. Winning on a buzzer beater and losing on a buzzer beater, it's opposite ends of the spectrum.
Crushing.
Jake Wallman, you asked the question. What's your answer?
So I got a couple ones on both the good and the bad. The good, you being the only person that feels like your team can win a game, and then they go out and they win.
Yeah.
Like everybody just counts you out. Everybody picks against you, and then you go out and you win. So that's one. I do got to follow up with walking, like you always remember your first experience in the stadium. My first experience at a Tennessee game was 2007 against Vanderbilt, oddly enough.
Want to feel old?
Yeah.
I was 3.
Yeah, that does make me feel old. Thanks, Connor.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And then the worst, when you take off that jersey for the last time in high school.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a tough one.
I didn't get to experience that one, unfortunately. I didn't get to play sports in high school.
See, for me,
I wasn't an athlete. I was a tenured war veteran.
But you know what? Your brain is in A1 condition.
Thank
for
you.
Some people.
I was a manager, but I wasn't athletic enough to get on the field.
I hated my senior season of baseball so much that I wasn't really sad to take it off for the last time.
Oh, thank God.
We went 3-17 and didn't like my coach. I was like, you know what? I'm done. So I didn't hate that moment that much. But the year before we did lose in the playoffs, and that was a tough feeling.
Yeah, for me, it hurt a little bit because there is, when you're in grade school, you play with all your buddies, right?
Yeah.
And then you get to high school. And for me, went to St. Edwards, then went to Father Ryan. So it's like a small knit community, and I had probably about 5 guys from my grade school that we all ended up playing over at Father Ryan. And senior year, when we all just stopped playing, we all looked at each other like, yeah, this is the last time we're actually going to be playing with each other.
Yeah.
Because we had a really good team in grade school. Like we were winning championships or being there at the very top. every
CYO
time.
football, baby.
Oh, no. This is parochial league football. And I've mentioned it before. It was the real deal
Yeah.
on Saturdays. It was
Rest in
way
peace. I miss
better.
parochial football.
Yeah, it was literally college game day before college game day. That's
8
what it
a.m.
was.
on a Saturday.
Yes, top fields, 5th and 6th graders. Bottom fields, prime time, 7th and 8th graders.
But
Prime time.
I did
Prime time.
I did experience
11 a.m.
that sadness on some level. I was a manager for football for 3 years. So I got really, really close with a lot of them.
Oh, boy.
An effing youngster. Yes, sir, I am. I was manager for 3 years. So I got really, really close with that team and those coaches. And we got to the semifinals of the state championship my senior year of high school, and just got blown out by Macaulay. That was a tough feeling, being on that field. What I cried watching all those guys, especially the seniors that I was, went through the whole process with. Those guys very upset. It was a long, plus it was in Memphis, so it was a long bus ride home. But yeah, that is a tough feeling.
What is the best and worst feeling in sports? Let us know. That's our question of the day, 615-737-1025. We will move on, but we will get to your answers if you want to send them in. When we come back, we're going to get into some college football. We are just about 2 months away from week 0. Who could compete for a national championship? Who could win the Heisman? And much more. We'll get into that next. You're on 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3, The Game. This week's Nashville's best deal is Body Rock. Plank, lunge, twist, and push your limits with Body Rock's dynamic muscle sculpting Pilates-inspired classes designed to rock your body to the core. Get half off a $50 gift card now at thegamenashville.com/deals to use at any of Body Rock's 4 Nashville locations while supplies last. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman, 4's Company on this Saturday morning. Let's stick with our question of the day for a second here. What are the best and worst feelings in sports? We go to our phone lines, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Zach in Bellevue is on the line. And actually, give us 1 second. We had a lot of good answers there in terms of best and worst in sports. I thought the best one was that from Ben saying that for fans having a bad owner, because that does change a lot for a team. And now we do have Zach in Bellevue with our question of the day. Zach, good morning. What do you think are the best and worst feelings in sports?
Well, good morning, guys. Personally, for me, I wrestled at Father Ryan myself and won 2 state titles at heavyweight. But my senior year in 2008, we went ahead and we were going to beat Baylor in the individual tournament. And all I had to do was pin this kid from Briarcrest. No, it was St. Benedict, actually. And I'd already pinned him at the Father Ryan tournament earlier that year. So I was like, okay, I got this. I ended up majoring him, and we got into a statistical tie, 237.5 points to 237.5. And, I mean, I got my own, but it was like I let the team down. So that's my personal bittersweet, man. That's a great topic. Appreciate y'all. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Zach.
Yeah, thank you for the call, Zach. That's a cool story.
Amateur wrestling, real sport.
Yep, that's a sport.
Oh no, wrestling at Father Ryan, it's a religion.
Oh, I know.
It's not just the Catholicism. No, wrestling is up there with.
Oh, it's big time over there.
Pat Simpson should be, if not in the Tennessee Sports Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
that man is goated.
Amateur wrestling is very underrated.
Yeah, I didn't get into wrestling very much until college. I had to cover Virginia Tech's wrestling program as part of one of my jobs.
You would think it's a bunch of meatheads slapping each other around, but there's actually so much strategy involved.
Once you learn about the sport and you know, if you're just watching it and don't understand the scoring system and all the strategy that goes into it, then you probably aren't going to enjoy it. But once you start to learn about it, it is really fun to watch. And I find myself pretty much every year watching the national championships.
Yeah.
Mike Cousins usually calls those on ESPN, and he does a great job. The Hokies they're not like Penn State territory, but Mekhi Lewis won a national championship my freshman year there. So that was, I think, only the 3rd or 4th individual national champion that the Hokies have had. So that was cool.
Correct myself. Pat Simpson, he is in the Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh, he is?
Yes, yeah. TWSAA Sports Hall of Fame, that is.
Awesome.
Great guy, by the way. He's one of the reasons why I continued playing football. So thank you, Pat Simpson.
And if anybody else has stories, best, worst feelings in sports, we'd love to hear from you. 615-737-1025. Didn't want to get into college football a little bit. We talked about the SEC back on Tuesday when we filled in for Chase and Big Joe. But just on the grand scheme of college football as we head into another year, who do we think can compete for a national championship this year? I think there's a couple of obvious answers when it comes to the SEC and the Big Ten, but are there any schools that maybe we haven't seen in this conversation before that could find their way into the college football playoff in 2025-26?
So we're doing way too early national champion picks right
Yeah,
here?
why not?
I mean, the obvious answers are like, Texas, Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, maybe. Man, you know what? I'll stick with my guns. I think South Carolina's going to have a good year this year.
Yeah.
Not saying they're going to win a national championship.
But that's a team that could end up being towards the top of the SEC.
Yeah. I mean, we did, what was it, last week we talked about them? Or Tuesday on Chase and Big Joe. Oh, I mean, I could see them going 10-2, 9-3. I think they're going to have a good year. I think they're going to sneak into the playoff too.
I'm going to go the opposite end of the Palmetto State. Give me Clemson.
Like
Cade Klubnik.
They've returned a lot.
Right.
Too.
And they've got 2 possible top 10 picks on their defensive line. And Cade Klubnik, even though he hasn't been, Deshaun Watson type good for Clemson, he's been way better than DJU was.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Whose name I now know how to say.
Uiagalelei.
There's another Uiagalelei on Oregon.
Yep. Linebacker, pass rusher?
Yes.
Yeah, his brother. But I like Clemson this year. I think the ACC is going to be weak. They could pretty much roll through there. They do have a tough game in week 1 against, we just talked about this yesterday. Who does Clemson play in week 1?
LSU.
LSU. So tough game in week 1, Tigers on Tigers. But I think that they're going to roll through the ACC and they've got a decent chance to make a run in the playoff.
I mean, the ACC is so weak. Outside of Clemson, who's a contender in the ACC?
Yeah, like Florida State, is not that good. Is there any other? I'm looking at this top
Louisville, maybe?
25.
Duke
Miami,
was when they had Elko.
Miami, if Carson Beck is okay.
They got a new corner coming in, allegedly.
They do, unless Wisconsin wins their lawsuit.
We talked a lot about that yesterday.
Yeah.
You did too.
Great
Yeah.
conversation. Well, yeah, for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, according to this Athlon Sports preseason top 25, Clemson and Miami are the only ACC teams in the top 25. But both are top 10 teams.
Yeah.
Other schools that maybe you don't think about a ton, like Arizona State made that big run at the end of the year.
Mhm.
That could be a team in the Big 12 that maybe gets back to the playoff.
What about the Ponies? How
The
much are they
Ponies?
bringing back?
I believe Kevin Jennings
he's
is
back,
still
right?
there. They lost one or two guys on the defensive side of the ball. I have to go back and look a little bit more of their departures and arrivals, but I think
Game
that-
comes out in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You'll figure it out.
exactly. Yeah, that's
Are
my
you running it back with the Pony Express?
Nah, I started a little something at the end of 25 with Wyoming, and
Something
Coach
about
about-
Lyman began.
Yeah.
really,
I was
That's
the
right,
offensive
yeah.
coordinator there before my storied career.
so I think maybe start small and go big, but maybe
I thought you were going to Wisconsin from what you told me one time.
yeah, maybe
'Cause
Wisconsin.
they got jump around.
Yeah, Cletus. My coach's name is Cletus. Cletus is going to make an approach at maybe a big school.
Cletus.
But
Cletus.
yeah, Cletus. Yeah.
What's his last name?
I can't recall. I'd have to go back and look.
Can't recall or can't say.
No, I can't recall. Like I just memory not great. But as for our conversation now, Nebraska. Watch out for Nebraska. Maybe Matt
Matt
Rule.
Rule.
Maybe Matt Rule has something up his sleeve.
Mini Mahomes at
Oh,
quarterback.
God, I'm already tired of him.
Is he going to shave a goatee just because Mahomes has one now?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, the reason why I mentioned Nebraska is because like the hype that's around them, but at the same time, like they put out a pretty decent product.
Yeah.
like, offensively, that is.
I do need to figure out where I'm going to start in college football 26. I just pre-ordered it during the break there. I'm looking at like, group of 5 teams, but fun group of 5 teams.
Yeah.
Maybe Sun Belt. Do we go if Coastal Carolina wins the College World Series, that is where Coach Lyman is
See,
going to start.
Coach Newt's got to figure it out too, because allegedly Kentucky's a 79. So I will definitely probably start there
Mhm.
with a file, but I want to do a file where you start as a coordinator.
Right.
I'm thinking low end Power 4, like a Georgia Tech or a West Virginia or something like that.
Yeah. It could be good.
Georgia Tech's another team to look at in the ACC.
Yeah. They Haynes King's back, right?
Haynes King,
And Jalen Haynes, their
Mhm.
running back. So Georgia Tech could be decent this year. The ACC I just don't have a whole lot of faith in.
They're
them.
not. I mean, they're not going to win. an
They're
actual
going to be
championship,
most likely I would say probably a 2-bid league.
but what do you think of Kansas this year?
Jalen Daniels is back, right? Their quarterback.
He reached a new deal.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, that gives you a chance because you have an experienced quarterback, but it just feels like Kansas always gets off to a decent start the last couple of years and then kind of falls off towards the end.
Kind of like BYU and Utah.
Right.
They always
Yeah,
start out hot.
BYU looked like a lock to make the playoffs last year and then just fell apart down the stretch.
Yeah.
Now, does Utah have Cam Rising back again?
No, Cam Rising is
okay.
not playing college football
I thought
anymore.
he was going for his 9th year. Or
He
something.
has
My
entered
goodness.
the workforce.
Good for him.
I
Him and
believe.
Zakai can work together.
Yeah,
Start throwing firm.
they need indeed.
Yeah.
615-737
Indeed, they do.
1025 is our phone number. When we come back, we're going to look at some dark horse Heisman candidates. I know there's a couple of names out there that are towards the top of the list. We'll look at the odds, see if there's any sneaking down there. Maybe a local guy who could end up sneaking his way into the Heisman conversation. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Be sure to tune into Totally Hits 93.3 tomorrow as the Nashville Cats take on the Southwest Kansas Storm in Clarksville in the AF1 semifinals at F&M Bank Arena. Pre-game starts at 4 o'clock with Chase McCabe and Big Joe Duman. Kickoff is at 4:30, with coverage also available on the Totally Hits 93.3 app and at totallyhitsnashville.com. More college football talk coming after this here on 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. 4's Company, 1025, 1063, The Game. Halfway through the show on this Saturday morning. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newton, Jake Wallman alongside you until noon. We're talking college football as we are just over 2 months away from getting back to football season. And we talked a little about national championship contenders there. Let's get into the Heisman odds. There are some quarterbacks at the top there. I mentioned Cade Klubnik for Clemson. He's up there towards the top, along with guys like Arch Manning, Garrett Nussmeier, wide receiver Jeremiah Smith is in the conversation. Anybody else that you guys think could be up there competing for a possible Heisman Trophy when they do the ceremony in December?
Ryan Williams comes to mind for me.
Yep.
The youngster who is no longer 17. We can't make that joke anymore. It's very sad. But he is in the conversation.
Do you know he's only 18 years old?
Only?
Yep.
Wow. It is weird now. I'm at the age where a lot of these college players I'm older than, which has never happened before in the history of sports.
Welcome to the group, bub.
Yeah. It's
It
weird.
sucks.
It's weird. I don't like it. But yeah, Ryan Williams for me. I like Cade Klubnik a lot. You know what? I like Julian Sayin a lot.
Yeah. Ohio
Quarterback
State.
out of Ohio State. I think he's redshirt freshman, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so.
Youngster.
Drew Aller out of Penn State, too.
Yeah.
Like, that's an experienced guy coming back.
Dante Moore out of Oregon.
Yep. He is 10th in the odds as I'm looking at it. There are two guys here right in between Aller and Moore that I like both of them. And I mentioned both these teams the other day. Lenore Sellers, DJ
Yep.
Lagway. I think those are both sleeper picks that both have all of the tools to have a huge season. Obviously, they have to execute, but I like both those guys as possible Heisman winners.
Where do we rank? This is going to be a fun question. Where do we rank Nico Iamaleava on the Heisman watch list?
I'm
83.
83.
Yeah.
83.
I think anytime you go out west, you just get forgotten about. And I just throw out 83 because it's a cool number.
I mean, I don't know how accurate these odds are. I'm just kind of looking. Nico Iamaleava is not only behind one Tennessee quarterback in the Heisman odds, he's behind two.
Merklinger and
Joey Aguilar
Aguilar.
and Merklinger are both listed above Nico Iamaleava in Heisman odds.
That's funny.
But Nico is listed above, unless I missed him. Where's Diego?
Go, Diego, go.
I don't see Diego on here, actually.
Diego Pavia.
Honestly, I think Diego, like, I'm not going to say I think he could win the Heisman, but, like, he had a great year last year. If things do go right for Vanderbilt this season, I don't see why he wouldn't be at least in the conversation.
I could see him winning like a Johnny Unitas Golden Arm award or something like that.
There he is.
I can
found
see him winning like some form of award. I don't know about Johnny.
Free ice cream from Logan's Roadhouse or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe Bus When the Boys gives him some sort of trophy.
God,
you know what I mean?
I see. That's my beef with Bussin' with the Boys. I can't do it. They want to be friends with everyone.
Yeah.
I'm like, please.
It's that locker room.
Like
right.
the other day, the
for the
Pavia,
boys.
the Pavia interview. It was, Will kept saying this. City just needs a team to believe in, and Diego Pavia, you are the only man in the world that can make it happen. I was like, stop it, please, God.
I mean, he did it last year, and the city did rally around a good amount.
I just think we're setting our expectations too high for Vanderbilt.
It's a good recruiting pitch. That's what it was to me.
Yeah, well, after this year, Vanderbilt's going to have the highest NIL collective in the entire nation, according to Diego Pavia.
I mean, they got the money.
It's a football hotbed.
They're not going to let anyone in because, they hold their educational standards too high.
They'll find some smart athletes.
Well, so you look at their schedule. You open up against Charleston
Josh
Southern.
Dobbs.
That's one win. Georgia State, I would hope that Vandy can get revenge for what happened in Atlanta last year. So that's 2. Utah State should be 3.
Oh, that was a good one, too, because I'm the only one that called that happening.
Yeah, that one, it was
on Turner Field.
It was tough, too, because Vandy, they didn't play well most of the game, but came back, took the lead late, and it felt like they were going to escape with a win, and then it just gave up a drive at the very end. Georgia State took the win. I mean, if Vandy has a couple of things go their way against Georgia State, and then they lost in overtime to Missouri on that missed field goal, If they somehow win both those games, they're coming out of the Alabama game 6-0,
Yeah.
undefeated, just beat the number 1 team in the country. Like, they could have been a top 10 team if just 1 or 2 plays went their way in those Georgia State and Missouri games. Speaking of Missouri, I think that's one of the games in the SEC Vandy should be in. That's in Nashville. Missouri's not going to be quite as good this year. Auburn also should be one. Hate to say it, Kentucky should be one.
Yeah.
Like right there, that's 6. And then if you can win 1 or 2 of the other ones that are going to be tough at Virginia Tech, that's a winnable game. It's a tough environment, but it's a winnable game. At South Carolina is going to be tough. At Alabama, at Texas. Those are tough road environments to go into against really good teams. Same with at Tennessee. LSU coming to Nashville. Maybe that's an upset. Vandy, like if Pavia could get Vandy to 8-4 and he puts up good numbers, there's a chance he gets invited to New York.
Maybe.
I just don't think the record is going to reflect that.
I don't know. For me, I feel like this year the quarterback production out of the NCAA for me, it's just not as great as it was in years past.
Yeah.
Which I think would bring up the value of wide receivers like he's talking about with Ryan Williams or a running back like Nick Singleton from Penn State.
Yeah.
For me, that's one of the big ones. And Jeremiah Love. Can't forget about him at Notre Dame.
Right, at Notre Dame.
So I think you're going to see a lot more of those skill positions be, I guess, in the running for Heisman.
This is a year where we could see a non-quarterback win it again.
Which I'm in favor of.
Me too.
I like that it's a non-quarterback exclusive award.
It should not be a quarterback-only award. And if Jeremiah Smith is the highest or the lowest odds for a non-quarterback, I think he has a really good shot to win it.
What are the odds a defensive player takes it home?
Yeah.
It'd have to be a remarkable season.
Yeah, you'd have. I mean, Travis Hunter, I guess, technically was a defensive player who won it.
But I'm talking like a hard-nosed,
Right.
like defensive end.
Like when Ndamukong Suh was a finalist back in, was that 09?
I think so.
08, 09, somewhere in there. Maybe 2010. So I don't know. It'd be tough you'd have to put up like
20 sack season.
Yeah, like
easily.
09. A historic season to get there defensively. But there, like Frazier was saying, like there's plenty of skill position non-quarterbacks who could end up being at that ceremony in New York. Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams, Jeremiah Love, Nick Singleton. So it might be one of the years where it's the most wide open it's been in a while.
Which I like.
I like it too. Especially because even if it is a quarterback, it could be one of like 10 different quarterbacks.
Yeah. This is one of those years where you'll have years where you look at guys and you're like, oh, he's the best quarterback in the nation. I don't think there's that guy right now.
No, there's like 5 or 6 who you think could be. You've got Nussmeier, Arch Manning, Drew Aller, Cade Klubnik, DJ Lagway, Lenora Sellers. They're all kind of in the same tier. Who's going to separate themselves? Because not only could you win the Heisman, a lot of those guys, if you separate yourself, you're the number 1 overall pick next year.
Sorry, I'm fighting a thing.
You're okay.
Sorry.
I just like, whoa.
I'm sorry.
Scared you.
A little bit. I'm a startled guy. I get startled pretty quick.
I'm sorry. I'm fighting a thing. That's why I sound like Squidward today.
The suds.
No, but it's just like you look at years past, like there was Trevor Lawrence is by far the best quarterback in the nation. Joe Burrow, Marcus Mariota.
And Joe Burrow heading into his Heisman season was not viewed that way.
Yeah.
But as the season went on, we learned. But there's just not that guy this year. And that's why I think this season's so interesting, because with that, there's no true number 1 contender.
Yeah.
Like maybe Ohio State will repeat. Texas is up there, Georgia, Alabama, but there's no in years past, you've kind of looked at, Alabama, this is their year. Like I know it's the COVID season, but in 2020 and 2021, Alabama had by far the best roster in the entire country. And we looked at them like, this is their season to lose.
Somebody's going to have to get them. This year, it just feels like it's a big group of 10 to 15 teams.
Which I'm okay with, a level playing field.
Right. I think it makes it more fun, especially with a 12-team playoff. If it is more competitive, those playoff games are going to be really fun.
Yeah, it will be. And I'm not trying to make a Titans twist to this, but maybe that's why they took Cam Ward #1 overall, because of the quarterback production in college.
Right.
And we're talking about Heisman Trophy right now and saying it's a wide open race for any skill position.
And that's kind of what we talked about when the question of should they draft Cam Ward or wait for next year? Who are you waiting for was the question, because Nussmeier looks like he's fine. Aller looks solid. Maybe Arch Manning is the guy that everyone hopes he's going to be, but none of those guys are sure things. It's not like Andrew Luck is waiting to come up next year. So,
Man, if that were to happen,
Andrew Luck re-entering the NFL.
I mean, that'd be crazy.
What was that one video of the guy that drafted Andrew Luck in fantasy and then he retired an hour later?
Yeah.
Poor guy. He probably thought he was going to win the league.
Yeah.
I would have too, honestly.
That is tough. That's why you wait until after the preseason to do your fantasy drafts.
Yep.
Just a PSA.
Week of.
Yeah, it should be. Well, especially now there's the extra week in between. You've got plenty of time to get those fantasy drafts done. Just wait till after the preseason.
Yeah.
There's no need to rush.
There are guys that I know they do a draft that's in like 7 to 9 days long.
What?
Do they do it like by hand, or
No.
like an Excel spreadsheet?
No, it's on an app, and they go, "Oh, we're just each pick's a day." I
Are
was
they
like,
doing full 53-man rosters?
They're doing
No,
four rounds.
I guess it's just one of those where you don't sit down and do it. You just do it as you please.
No, some of these guys are picking their picks within like 15 minutes, but they're giving a full day's time, 24 hours to make a pick.
See, if your
Wow.
draft lasts more than 2 hours, you got a problem.
Yeah.
I'm not in this league, but I have a friend of mine that's in this league, and I'm like, buddy, we can just get one done in an afternoon. Like, it's no big deal.
I get it. Some of these guys, it's like, oh, we can't find a time that works for everybody. So let's just do it as you can, give as much time as you need. But
Yeah.
man, those things will drag on. I'll start to forget who
4
I picked.
rounds, and each of them are a day. A day.
Let's go quickly to our phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Adam in Portland wants to chime in on college football. Adam, good morning. What you got for us?
It's weird, man. Like I've been listening to the whole show, and my head's bouncing all over the place. When you guys started talking about Pavia, like I like them. That was my favorite story, maybe of my lifetime, watching that last year, like of football. And I like seeing Vanderbilt do well. I got a bad feeling that Alabama's going to bounce back really hard this year. And Vandy has to go to Tuscaloosa. And I was hoping you guys could talk about that a little bit. Like, have you ever seen a team that's going to want to stomp another team as bad as Alabama's going to want to do that to Vanderbilt? Because they destroyed them like mentally. I think that took the whole season away from Alabama after they lost to Vanderbilt. I don't think anybody can argue that. But I'm trying to imagine the atmosphere when Vanderbilt rolls into Tuscaloosa. Like, that's going to be insane, dude. I fear for those Vandy players. I think it's going to be a 70-point game, dude. Like, I think it's going to be back one of those Alabama Vandy games of old, man. I don't know. I just feel like something happened, and Alabama is not going to repeat that. And Caleb DeBoer, dude, people can say it all they want. He's not a sorry coach. Like, I think he was put in a bad situation following Saban. Like, nobody could have followed him. I think they're going to be a good team again. I don't even like Alabama, I promise. But, like, I got a gut feeling that people are going to forget them, and they're going to be really good this year.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Adam. Yeah, it's tough. The motivation for Alabama in that game, Vandy's going to have to show up because the Crimson Tide are going to want their revenge after what happened last year. And I think Alabama is going to be good. A lot of it's going to depend on the quarterback position because Ty Simpson is unproven, but he is a former 5-star recruit for a reason. So,
you know what I think they should do? The day before the game, I think they should shoot a video of Diego Pavia, and it's just him saying, "You come to our house, we'll show you how to play SEC ball. Alabama, you're next." And then we see what happens.
Yeah.
It worked well last time.
You're just asking for it at that point. I mean,
Was it Jalen Hurts? Yeah, I guess
He said, theoretically, we are next on their
their
schedule. And then they won, 70?
Yeah,
Vandy should just go to practice and just play a bunch of elephant noises because that's what Alabama does every time they score. They play that elephant noise, you know what I'm talking about?
Great fight song, by the way.
Yeah.
Underrated.
That was Big Joe's question, right? Like Big Joe was on the sideline talking to the Vandy player who said that.
Oh, yeah. Alabama, you're next.
Yeah.
That was Joe?
Yeah, that was Big Joe.
That was Big Joe.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like I remember hearing that. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. If you want to chime in, you can text or call our phone lines. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. When we come back, it is the second edition of Frazier's Files. We're going to let Nick Frazier just talk about whatever he wants. for the next 15 minutes.
It's his rebuttal.
Yes.
Darts is a sport,
Darts
ladies and gentlemen.
is a sport. 4's Company here on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. I love it. Law and Order.
Yeah.
For-
Yeah.
Frasier's Files, episode 2.
I'm digging this.
And it's nice.
It's not
It's
bad.
the
It's a
Fraser Files.
Oh, wow. We've got vocals, too.
Please.
You have to
no.
get that dubbed. Thank you, Wallman. I want that as my ringtone.
That actually was pretty funny.
Yeah, man.
Jake Lyman, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman. This is Nick Frazier's segment. Go ahead, Nick.
I'm gonna just my rebuttal statement earlier. Darts is a sport.
Okay.
All right, it is
You're wrong,
recognized.
but okay.
It is recognized by multiple sport commissions.
It's okay to be
Um,
wrong.
Well, I mean, I'm just stating facts here. I mean, y'all can deny facts. I'm cool with that. What? You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
All
fine.
right, perfect. Darts is a sport just like Major League Eating. I think Major League Yes, Major League Eating is also a sport.
How
What-
can you say that?
Are you kidding me?
What about it is
You
what
are
about it is a sport?
putting on a head contraption that makes your jaw muscles stronger. That's why Joey Jaw is Chestnut for the nickname. But he just takes food and just shoves it down his gullet, and he's able to eat it and not have any repercussions.
So you're saying if I go to an IHOP
yes.
and eat 24 pancakes in 24 hours, I am therefore an athlete.
I am an athlete.
if something is regulated, if it's for some
If you're
purpose,
competing, so like if me and Connor both went to an IHOP and said, who can finish 24 pancakes first? That's a sport.
I would recognize that as a
forgot to
sport.
say that.
Yeah, I would recognize that as a sport. I think honestly, if you go to a commission, a local sports commission, and say, "Hey, I would like to legalize this or make this some form of a sport," if they give you the paperwork and they sign off on it, all right, I'm cool with it.
I'm
Just for the fun of it.
I'm going to love watching the 4th of July, the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Like it's an American tradition. It's great. It's not a sport though.
All right, we'll disagree because I'm just gonna have to agree to disagree. I'm a foodie. Everybody knows I love food. I think competitive eating is a sport 100%. I'm gonna stand on that hill.
I just can't get behind that. I mean,
And it's not just hot dog eating. They do ice cream competitions, pizza competitions,
I'm gonna
nachos.
start saying that when I take cheat days.
Are you drinking mineral water? I just noticed this.
This is
San Pellegrino?
it's Pellegrino, baby.
He's
Yeah.
fancy.
I like a little bubbly to have my day going, man. Helps out.
I'm gonna start telling Tatum like, "Hey, I'm gonna eat this whole pizza. Don't worry,
Time
I'm
me.
an athlete.
It's for the training.
Yes.
I'm training. The calories don't count."
And you put your sweatband on and just go to
Yeah,
work.
exactly.
You tell her, you say, listen, time me. If it's under 5 minutes, I'm ready for the competition.
Okay.
That's what that means.
You can say that about a lot of things.
Well, I mean, for food specifically, though, because if you don't, then what are you training for? You get what I'm saying?
Greatness.
I mean, I
Yeah.
guess that's true. It's like I have to.
You know who really considers eating to be a sport?
Hmm.
Tony the Tiger.
All right, hang on. You actually make a good sport. You mentioned Tony. Well, Tony Hawk, skateboarding. Is that considered a sport?
No.
Mm.
What is the
Because
sport? How many people know
it's
what
X
entails?
Games. Hang on. X Games, it's regulated.
It's called X Games, not X Sport.
It's a competition. I wouldn't call
Yep.
it a sport.
Yeah.
All right, so like I feel like we're getting into some more murky waters here because like there's a lot of competition in the Olympics too.
And none of them are sports.
A lot of them are sports.
Synchronized
not all
swimming.
of-
Synchronized swimming is not a sport. Diving is not a sport.
It's it takes a lot of skill. Like I don't want when I say like it's not a sport, I'm not trying to take away anything from these athletes because they're all very impressive.
Unless it's esports.
3-on-3 basketball.
That's a sport. Yeah.
Then why'd they get rid of it?
I don't know. Just
Because Jimmer Fredette balled
just
too
because
hard.
it's in the Olympics doesn't mean it's a sport.
Okay.
But just because it's a sport doesn't mean it's in the Olympics.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that because darts, I don't believe, is in the Olympics.
But
No. Thank you. Thank you.
Damn darts. Stop
Thank you.
going back to it.
Well, I mean, he's building my case for me. I appreciate it. I mean, that's the best way to say it.
no, but I said because it's not just because it's not in the Olympics doesn't mean it's not a sport. But
okay, what about
there are a
every
lot of things that
I-
aren't in the Olympics.
I know, but I did that on purpose because I know I'd set you up for it.
Frazier?
Yes.
What about the Ocho?
What about it? It's
Is
great.
slippery stairs a sport?
Is professional pillow fighting a sport?
Absolutely not.
What about robot fighting?
Battle bots.
BattleBots, is that a
Great TV show? No. I mean, you guys can go through the list. We can do this because I will tell you yes or no.
I love how you totally had something planned for
Yeah,
this,
I
and then I
did.
just
sport? Do you
threw
want
completely
to
off.
get to that, or are you just all in on?
I'm all in on
sport, not a
seeing-
sport?
Yeah, I'm all in for it. It's great conversation.
This is how you know we've all of us have. This is like our 6 hour of radio in the past 2 days.
I know.
Well,
We're going off the rails.
I mean, what are some other sports out there that are sports? I mean, handball. You guys consider handball a
Handball's
sport?
a
Handball-
sport.
tetherball.
Yeah.
No.
Ultimate frisbee. That's a sport.
What about disc golf?
I'll go. I
'Cause
just don't
it's
know
golf.
how. I don't know how I could say that golf is a sport and disc golf isn't. Right.
That's true.
I guess
Look, it's
the-
you,
the swing is
Thank you.
the Dos Equis man.
the swing is more athletic than the frisbee toss.
You can get Tommy Johns with this, man.
That's true. That's true.
Ultimate frisbee is a sport.
Dodgeball.
Dodgeball's a sport.
Okay.
No, I think it's just a game.
Oh, there's a disagreement on one side of the
I
board.
think it's a sport.
Wow.
I would throw that in the category of freeze tag. It's just a game.
A ball's involved, though.
That is true.
Yeah, you did say a ball or a puck.
As Joe said to Parker Kelly the other day, you're contradicting yourself, man.
This is kind of like, guys just sitting around naming random athletes from the 2000s. That's
Well,
kind of what
which
we've
is what
gotten
we'll
into
do.
here.
Doing yes.
Oh, yes, that's true.
We will be doing that
Our
next hour.
Our next segment. I'm excited for this. I guess we're almost ready for the break. Our next segment. We talked about this last week, and we're gonna try and make this a staple. We're gonna kind of see how it goes. But we're going to do a Where Are They Now segment at 11 a.m. every Saturday. We're going to rotate who gets to pick the players. I have the players, and I really like the three that I picked. I think there's a chance
I think we need to set some ground rules, though.
Okay, what do you think?
They must be active.
Okay, yep.
They must be in one of the major leagues.
No.
I don't know players on the Birmingham Stallions.
Oh, okay, so mine are all over the place. If you wanted that,
Let's just test the waters.
Let's test the waters, and we can make adjustments as we go. But that's coming up next. We're going to do Where Are They Now? I have picked three players who, at some point, did play major college or professional sports in the United States. You guys will know the names, I think. At least two of you guys will know the names. And they have to guess where are they now. I will even take what league they're in, because it's tough to guess what team they're going to be on. But we'll see how this goes. And we're going to have to make adjustments on a week-to-week basis. But every week, one of us will pick the three players. The others have to guess. Do we want to keep score on this thing?
Let's do it like celebrity birthday style.
Let's turn into a sport.
Okay.
Shall we?
How about this? We're making
Is Jeopardy a sport?
We're making the rules up
Sure.
as we go on the air. This is just great radio.
Sounds like Brian Callahan.
If you can guess the league they're in, that's 1 point. If you guess the team, it's 2. All right?
Okay.
All right, that's coming up next. We're going to do Where Are They Now, a new segment here on 4's Company as we kick off hour number 3 on this Saturday. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman, 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Final hour on this Saturday. 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3. The Game. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman with you up until noon. We're going to do a new segment here. Coming up in the final hour, we will talk about the College World Series as the championship series starts today. Game 1 between Coastal Carolina and LSU. I'm going to take a segment. We don't know what it's called yet.
Lyman's Lessons.
Lyman's Lessons. It's like for kindergartners.
It's like reading Rainbow.
Reading Rainbow.
Lyman's Literature.
Lyman's
Oh my
Literature. Well, we're going to figure out a name. That's coming up at 11:30.
We could play some like 14th century Baruch or something.
Yeah, I don't know. And we'll make picks. But as we teased, maybe too much heading into the break, we're doing a new segment here. Where are they now? If you've ever seen the NBA on TNT's Who He Play For, it's kind of like that. But it's across all sports. I've got 3 players. We're going to see if either Connor Newt or Nick Frazier know where these guys are now. If you can guess the league, you get 1 point. If you can guess the team, you get an extra 2. So maximum of 3 points per player.
Okay.
We got it?
We got it.
All right.
We're good.
Here we go. First player, Jabari Parker.
Oh, former Buck.
Former 2nd overall pick out of Duke by the Milwaukee Bucks. He played with 6 different NBA teams, native of Chicago. Where is Jabari Parker now?
He's not in the NBA.
He's not in the NBA.
Okay.
None of these players are playing in a major 4 sports league,
Okay.
which we may have to adjust based on how this goes.
But they are active.
They are active, playing somewhere in the world.
I'm going to say he is playing in China.
That is incorrect.
Damn it.
I am going to say Taiwan.
No. Europe.
Europe.
He's playing in Spain. This one was the easy one. I thought.
Was it Mallorca?
He's playing for Barcelona.
Barcelona.
I went with like the most common like team that you would think of
I was thinking Shanghai Sharks.
of Europe. So maybe you'll be able to get another one. But Jabari Parker playing for FC Barcelona's basketball team. Are they FC Barcelona in basketball too? Even though
Yes.
it's football club?
Yeah, it's a academy.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you guys 0 for 2. We may have to adjust the rules on this
Yeah,
because
we
it may
may.
be too hard. The next one, I don't know if you guys, this one you may not know. Do you guys remember who Vernon Adams Jr. is?
Football?
Football. He was the Oregon quarterback who took over for Marcus Mariota in 2015. So he transferred to Oregon from Eastern Washington. He threw 55 touchdowns in 2013 with Eastern Washington. He was okay at Oregon after Marcus. Where is Vernon Adams Jr. now?
Oh, I don't think he's in the UFL. I'll say Arena League.
Incorrect. He is not in the AF1. That's a good guess, though.
Canadian Football League.
He is in the
Yep.
Canadian
Damn it!
Football League. Nick
And
Frazier's
he
on the
plays
board.
for, hang on, wait for it, the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Good guess. The Calgary Stampeders
Close.
is the current home of Vernon Adams Jr. So Nick Frazier's on the board. We got one left.
That's how we do it, folks. Well versed.
I think we should expand to 5.
Maybe we should do 5 because we're only like 5 minutes in and we're through
Expand.
2. We might need to
Expansion.
expand the game and also probably need to bring this back to the States a little bit. But
I
you
don't
guys are
know.
going to know that this one, you guys might be able to get this one. Back to basketball. Former 9th overall pick out of Michigan in 2013, Trey Burke.
Oh,
He spent 10 years in the NBA, stints with the Jazz,
Former
the
Spur.
Wizards, the Knicks, the Mavericks, and the 76ers.
mm-hmm.
Where is Trey Burke now? You know what? Nick Frazier's in the lead. We're not going to do this full celebrity birthday style.
Uh-huh.
We can go back and forth here.
Okay.
Nick Frazier, you take the first guess.
Ooh, let's see. DeMarcus Cousins is in the Puerto Rican. Well, was in the Puerto Rican Basketball League. I'm going to go. You already mentioned Europe, so I'm going somewhere else. Going back to Taiwan. Going Taiwan Basketball League.
Not in Taiwan.
No. Not in America. Is what it
Not
seems
in
like.
America,
Yeah.
no.
I'll say China again.
He is in China.
Ah,
Connor Newt ties it up, and can he win it? Does he know what team?
You know what? In honor of who he play for, I'll stick to the guns. Guangdong Tigers.
Ni hao,
Ni hao.
ni hao.
Ni hao.
Connor Newt wins.
What just happened? I just got walk off. That's what just happened. Bottom of the ninth inning.
I wrote on the grid because we were making fun of who he played for. Guangdong Tigers, Ni hao. And it was a little hint. Trey Burke, a member of the Guangdong South Tigers.
Pretty good basketball player for the Knicks back in the day. Really?
He was great at Michigan.
Yeah.
What a walk-off.
Oh my goodness. We do need to expand the game.
Yes.
3 is not enough, but that was fun.
That was something. The ending was great.
That's got to be a drop somewhere for our show.
Slightly racist, but you know.
We were just quoting Shaq. There's nothing wrong with that. I think maybe we do need to bring it back to the States.
I'm getting
I don't know.
I'm getting Ni hao texts on my personal text line.
I don't know. I think keeping it outside the U.S. makes it pretty interesting.
I mean,
that
it was fun. Like, who knew Trey Burke was playing for the Guangdong Tigers?
Here's what I think we should do. I think we should do a section of in the States, then a section of outside.
I like that. Maybe 2 in the States, 2 outside. Maybe 3 and 3.
3 and 3. Yeah.
We could do that.
I like that.
I would throw in a wild card too. So I could do one hypothetically, a reverse one. So I'd say like WWE superstar Roman Reigns played college football.
Yeah.
Where did he play?
Oh, that's a good
Georgia
one.
Tech.
Look at you.
Wow.
Defensive tackle.
Do you know where Braun Breaker played college football?
Virginia.
Nope.
No.
I hope not.
ACC.
Nope.
SEC.
Conference USA.
Oh, MTSU?
Nope.
Florida Atlantic.
Nope.
Man.
Think newer.
UTSA.
Nope.
I don't know.
Kennesaw State.
Kennesaw. Oh, yeah. Very new. Kennesaw State. Yeah. We're workshopping that game. The ending was fun, but
that was a dry run.
We need a little bit longer. So next week we will flesh this thing out a little bit more. But that's going to be a new segment. Where are they now? In the vein of the NBA on TNT, who he play for.
That was great. That was a great inaugural segment, honestly.
That was just a dry run.
I was just really hoping somebody got Guangdong Tigers.
Well, Connor got it.
I didn't even know if that was the answer. I just said, you know what? We're going back to the roots.
Right. I mean, I wrote it on the grid and I was like, I have to find one of them who plays. And actually there was 2 players on the Tigers who I actually recognized. It was Trey Burke and Will Barton also plays. Oh, and Darius Baisley all play for the Guangdong Tigers.
Wow. Are they good? They seem like they must
They
be
all
good.
were NBA draft picks.
No, I'm talking about the team.
Oh,
They're
the
playing
team.
currently.
Let's see. How did they do?
Yeah, former NBA
their
players,
schedule.
You know?
Yeah.
Like
Will
that.
Barton's a former Nugget. Darius
Yes.
Baisley played for the Thunder.
Thunder. Yeah. Let's see. They did go on a big winning streak.
Here's what we should also do. Whoever wins gets to keep it next week.
Okay.
So I will have it next week.
Connor will do who he play for. Or, sorry, we can't steal that. Where are they now next week? And we'll work it out. So 3 currently playing in major sports
that way,
leagues in America.
You'll definitely have one.
Right.
You know, it'll be a different person every week.
And then the end of it will be 3 who have since moved on from the Americas. All right. I love it. We've worked out this game. Next week, it'll be better.
31-15, by the way.
31-15?
Yeah.
Wow.
How about that?
Go Tigers. Go Tigers.
Ni hao Tigers.
That's our first episode of Where Are They Now? Let us know if you liked it, because I'm not so sure how good of radio that was, but
I think it was great radio.
I thought it was funny. 615-737-1025 is our phone number if you want to chime in. We are broadcasting live from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Game Nashville studios, home of the $99 yearly BI membership, where the buzz is always about great service. Coming up next, we'll get into the College World Series. LSU and Coastal Carolina getting ready to start Game 1 tonight in Omaha. LSU looking to make it 6 straight SEC championships in college baseball, while Coastal trying to win their 2nd title in the last 10 years. We'll talk about it next here on 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. 4's Company, 1025, 1063, The Game. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman with you. Got about 45 minutes left in the show. Plenty to come. We're going to dive into the College World Series here as the finals start today. It is a 6 p.m. first pitch, I believe. Does that sound right? 6 p.m.? Yep. 1:30 tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be a great sports day. You're going to have a winner-go-home game for somebody. Whoever loses today, that will be their season, whether that's Coastal Carolina or LSU at 1:30. That'll wrap up probably around 4:30 or 5, and then you can get ready for Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Tomorrow going to be a great sports day. I'm glad I'm only in here in the morning. Get a chance to settle in and just watch some championship level games.
I will be
all
here
day tomorrow.
Another big game tomorrow. Cats are in Clarksville for their semifinal playoff appearance.
Yeah, lots of
big one for the AF1.
Yes, lots of big ones. Back-to-back weeks at F&M Bank Arena. You can listen to that one over on 93.3 Total Hits with Chase and Big Joe. But this College World Series, it's been fun. And Frazier, we talked a little bit yesterday about that Arkansas collapse, but that's one I think we're going to remember for a while because I was all ready for a winner-go-home game on Thursday. SEC on SEC. Winner moves on to the championship. Loser season is over. And Arkansas just found every possible way to lose that game.
Yeah, that whole thing about Arkansas always finding a way to lose, it's so true on so many different levels. I mean, the fact that you have one of your best pitchers who throws a no-hitter a few days before that, and then you fall apart.
I know.
Like, I don't understand how you can do that. I mean, that your pitching staff should be in good condition because you threw only one arm.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't believe in curses, but Arkansas might be cursed based on what we've seen their trips to Omaha over the last couple of years. But LSU moves on, and LSU is a fun team to watch. Bear Jones, he's had some big moments in this College World Series.
Homer to right field.
Yeah, he's hit a couple of Oppo home runs, and then the walk-off. That was off of, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name, the former Vandy player who plays second base for Arkansas now, Cam Koziel. Cam Koziel, who plays for Arkansas now, played at Vandy as a freshman last year. That was hit the top of his glove, went into center. Mm-hmm. Game over, season over for Arkansas.
That whole sequence of, LSU's catcher Hernandez hitting it to left field. And like, if I'm the left fielder, well, hang on, let me back up. We talked about this before. The shortstop not throwing the ball to second base for the double
inexcusable
play is just not basic fundamental baseball. I get you go for the lead runner, but a double play ends the game.
And you were up 2. The lead runner doesn't matter.
Yeah. If you end up getting a force out at second and throwing it to first and say the guy at first is still safe, you have runners on first and third.
It's no different than first and second.
Yeah. You're totally fine. But as for the whole thing out in left field, I didn't understand why you were playing. I mean, you're playing deep for the right purpose. I get that.
You're playing no doubles. You don't want the tying run to score because a ball in front of you doesn't matter very much.
Right. Why would you not let that drop in front of you, grab it, get it off to the cutoff man? That was my thing when I was watching. I was like, why would you dive forward and then try and make a miraculous play when you don't have to? Right. You have really good pitching, like I was just talking about. Let your infield and pitching depth do that for you. Don't be the hero that you don't have to be.
I mean, it was Murphy's Law. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong in the final couple of at-bats there for Arkansas. They lose. LSU moves on. I don't know who I'm rooting for this weekend. We're talking about that a little bit. Like, it's fun to root for Coastal because they are the underdog, even though they've already won a national championship. Like, Coastal Carolina being out of the Sun Belt is always going to be the underdog against an SEC team. But it is also fun to be able to say the SEC hasn't lost a national championship in college baseball since 2018. I was in high school the last time the SEC didn't win the college baseball national championship. Crazy.
I don't know. Conspiracy theory, whatever. I think the left fielder for Arkansas had something to do with the Jello shots. Just saying.
You think LSU might have given him some of their $25,000 they've bought?
Maybe they funneled it into an NIL fund or something. You never know.
I'm pulling for LSU, and I'll tell you why. because they have a pitcher on their team, and his name is Jaden Newt. And
That's
Are
the
y'all
only
related?
that
reason.
is the only reason.
Same name? Like
No,
same
spelled
oh.
differently. His is Noot.
Oh, like Lars Newt Bar.
Newt Bar. He's part of the clan.
Oh, I
So
mean, I guess keep it in the family.
I hope
Yeah.
he gets drafted so I can finally use my last name in MLB The Show.
That is a good point. As long as he gets to AA, it should get added. So
It's gonna be great.
yeah, Lyman used to be in there, and they took it away.
You had Jake Layman.
I did. Yeah, I had that in 2K, but everywhere else I have to go with like Lion or Lidman or something like that.
Leon.
Leon.
Sandy Leon.
I actually this year in MLB The Show I just went with Jones. I was tired of having
Jake
the wrong
Jones.
name, so Jake Jones was his name. I was just tired
See, I
of it.
always go with the nicknames. So my guy is like Connor Big Daddy or something like that.
It's a good one. It's a
Yeah.
good one. I think it's going to be a fun series. I would expect it to go 3. Like you never
Yeah.
know. I would probably go, and we're going to make our picks on this, but like LSU, they're pitching tonight with Kate Anderson on the mound.
Yep.
Like they've got the advantage there, but Coastal's won 26 straight games.
Yeah.
It's tough to pick against the team that's won 26 straight games.
That was one thing I was going to bring up was the whole streak. If Coastal wins game 1 and LSU is basically has their backs against the wall in game 2, my biggest question is what arm do you throw in game 1 for LSU?
Yeah.
Because like
and how much do you rely on your bullpen in that game?
yeah, because it really does come down to bullpen for LSU because we all know they can hit.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a problem. Same thing for the Chanticleers, right? Chanticleers.
Chanticleer.
Allegedly, it's Chanticleers, but I will keep saying Chanticleers. I don't
Okay.
care.
Chanticleers, tomato.
Robbie
It-
corrects me every time.
I think it's
so.
Chant. Chanticleers.
Chanticleers.
What is a Chanticleer?
Is it a rooster?
I actually know the origin.
Oh,
I
please
saw it
tell.
on X last night. The name actually comes from Geoffrey Chaucer's The Priest's Nun in the Canterbury Tales.
Oh,
Yes,
Comes
it
from Jeffrey
says-
Dahmer. What?
What? A name given to a rooster, especially in fairy tales.
oh,
See?
okay.
Yeah,
But
there you
yes,
go.
it is derived from a character in Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales,
Pretty cool.
symbolizing pride and fierceness.
Okay.
Pride and fierceness.
Now we know what a Chanticleer is.
We do. And
Chanticleer.
Coastal Carolina, in terms of like mid-major athletic departments, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
They had a good football program for a little bit there until blanking on the head coach's name. Left for Liberty.
Oh,
Campbell.
Yep.
Jamie Campbell.
Jamie Campbell.
Was it Jamie Campbell?
no, it's not Campbell.
No.
It is Campbell.
Jamie Chadwell.
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 Yeah.
Oh, thanks,
Uh,
Fraser.
I just hit my brain. I didn't want to come off his route like Jamie Chadwell.
I knew it
Anderson
was-
County native, by the way.
I knew it was Jamie. It was Jamie C, but yeah, I was with you. I thought it was Campbell too.
Because Mississippi State was linked to him, and he put out a tweet saying something about I'm going to Liberty, and then it had the whole location of Starkville, Mississippi, and I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Are you looking at the Mississippi State job? Or are you taking Liberty? What's going on?
Yeah. It's always fun flight tracking season, see where those planes are going. Phil S. on our text line says, if your favorite team is an SEC team and they were playing in the championship, you root for the non-SEC team. I'm a Tennessee fan. I do not want to see LSU win. Not at all.
See, I hear you. I'm not a huge conference pride guy either.
It's a pretty stiff answer.
If they
Straight to the point.
if they had not won 5 in a row, I would definitely be rooting for Coastal. But I
Right.
just think it is like it's a fun
That's
streak.
the only thing that's keeping me around is I want that streak to stay alive.
Right. And we talked about Arkansas's curse. It could easily be 7.
Yeah.
The last team that, well, and Virginia beat Vandy in 17, right?
Was that the same year Louisville was in the mix with all that?
Possibly.
Let's see.
I love doing research during
Great radio.
the show.
No,
How?
Let's see. So, 2017 Florida won. So Coastal, if Arkansas hadn't choked against Oregon State, the last team that would have won outside of the SEC is Coastal Carolina.
Wow.
Sorry, that was my computer that time.
That time it was you.
A lot of Joe Rex.
so, wow,
around
yeah,
here.
that would have been crazy So we would be, so let's say LSU does win and Arkansas hadn't choked in 18. That would be 8 straight. Is that right?
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
4,
you're
5.
right.
Yeah, 8 straight SEC champions
Holy
in
cow.
college baseball. Would have gone all the way back to 2016 when Coastal Carolina beat Arizona. So the SEC, we've talked about how dominant they are in college baseball. Coastal Carolina is going to be the underdog based a lot on reputation, but also that crowd is going to be very Tiger friendly this weekend.
But we need to stop with this Coastal is a massive underdog thing because that's a good program.
No, it is a good program.
They have a national title to their name.
I think the biggest issue is going to be the crowd's going to be against them.
Oh, yeah.
LSU just, they're more talented. LSU is more talented,
Yeah.
but the most talented team doesn't always win.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's always the hottest.
Right.
It's interesting because Connor does bring up a good point, saying that they are no longer an underdog when it comes to this, because watching ESPN when they were doing the Arkansas LSU, the first matchup, and then after the LSU won the first matchup, they talked about this one. LSU was the underdog in both of those
Really?
because they had the whole ESPN bet thing on the TV.
Oh,
Maybe
man.
underdog's not the right term. We need to stop treating Coastal like a Cinderella team.
Yeah,
Right.
Because they're not. They hosted.
That's a good point. Yeah, they were the 13th overall seed.
Yeah. They're
So,
not.
yeah, it's not like this
Just because they're a G5 program doesn't make them this massive. They're not Murray State.
Right. This
Right.
isn't like they were a 14 seed in the NCAA basketball tournament.
Right.
They were a 3 seed.
Now,
A 4 seed.
now Coastal, the year they won the national championship, sure, of course they were a Cinderella team.
Right. Before they had done it.
They hosted a regional site this year.
Yeah. No, this is the equivalent of a 4 seed facing a 2 seed in the NCAA basketball championship.
Yeah.
So it's not like this is David versus Goliath, but Coastal reputation wise, and Jay Johnson brings in really good players to LSU. It will be an uphill battle to win, but it's definitely possible. I really hope it goes 3. I would love a decisive game 3 on Monday night in Omaha. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. If you have thoughts on the College World Series Championship, again, Chanticleers and Tigers going at 6 o'clock first pitch tonight from Omaha. When we come back, I'm going to take over. I don't know what we're calling it. We're Lyman's Lessons. We'll go with it for now. Working title. We'll change it as we go. This one may not even be permanent because I make the grid, so I don't really need my own segment, but we'll do it here.
No, yes, you do. Yes,
Your
you do.
segment is, whenever you want it to be,
Okay. I'll just throw it in where I want to.
except
Well,
9:45. Don't touch that. It's mine.
all right.
It's in my contract.
Yeah, it is. We negotiated
My
that.
$5 million contract.
Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newton, Jake Wallman. 2 more segments here on the show here on this Saturday. 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Final half hour here on this Saturday. 4's Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman alongside you. Lyman's Lessons is the working title for this segment. Again, I don't know if we're actually going to keep this, but I'm going to take over here because I have a topic I wanted to get to. I do want to mention some Vandy Boys news in the transfer portal, as I just want to see if Brant Herter can get out of this jam. Vandy Boys landing Washington State grad transfer outfielder Logan Johnstone. Hit .337 with the Cougars last year, 17 doubles, 9 homers. So
Nice.
Tim Corbin working in the portal gets a player who can add to the lineup next year. So, but that is not the topic that I wanted to get to. I wanted to get to the announcement a couple of days ago. Vandy women's basketball putting out there that they will open the season in Paris. In the
Patty.
the We Play, we spelled OUI, as in wee. The We Play event, I think this is the third year of it. So this year, Baylor, Duke, Vanderbilt, and Cal going to open the season in early November in Paris. So really cool way to grow the game for women's basketball. And they put out a video of the girls finding out yesterday, and the expression on their face of like, oh, Paris. Because usually it's like Education Day game is your first one and you're playing Tarleton State or something like that. But instead, in Paris against Cal. So it should be a fun one. Cal was a pretty good team last year. Vandy looking to go get a win overseas to start the season.
See, normally I'm not a big fan of, especially college, the overseas thing. Like Kentucky played in London a couple years ago.
Yeah.
They played Michigan. Normally I'm not a fan of that. But for you in that program, I think that is really cool.
It is cool. I believe it's a 5-day trip. So going to leave like October 30th, I think it said, and then come back the day after the game, which is November 3rd. So it's not just a up and back, which if you're going all the way to Paris, it shouldn't be.
Bring back some baguettes for us.
Get one of those like painter hats. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It'll go good with skillet.
We'll
We'll have a meal.
Yeah.
Oui.
Sadly, does that get through customs, the baguettes?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Right?
Is it only produce that you're not allowed to bring back in?
Well,
And cheese.
it depends.
Yeah.
Because when I go to Italy, we legit take a whole entire just empty suitcase. Bless you.
Thank you.
We just take an empty suitcase and we fill it with cheese, Nutella, bread, and then a bunch of knickknacks.
Oh, wow.
Just little gifts. Yeah. So I think you're okay.
Okay.
You just got to check the
yeah.
bag, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You
Bring
gotta
us
check it.
back some souvenirs.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
Like a lock of Victor Wembanyama's hair or something like that.
I don't think he'll be there. I believe the NBA season has started at that point. But maybe it's just lying around somewhere.
Break into like Paris Saint-Germain.
Break in.
Yeah. You
break
get to
into their stadium and steal some pitch dirt or something.
Awesome.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
If you could see a Euro game there, that'd be pretty crazy.
Yeah. I'd have to look and see like what the schedule is, but
Because I've heard they've had like 20,000 people crowds. Like
really,
like heavy crowds.
I've always wanted to go to a Euro game.
it'd be cool.
Euro soccer. I'm not even a soccer guy, but like
I'm talking about European basketball.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not talking about soccer. I'm talking about basketball. Yes.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the schedule.
oh, those are electric.
Fans are throwing flares. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like a soccer game.
Essentially so.
I've always wanted to go to a European soccer, like experience a game in like Old Trafford or something like that. That'd be really cool.
The Tigers are horrible.
It's all right.
But yes,
Paris.
I'm excited. It's gonna be a fun trip, and it's a good way for Vandy to put themselves out there on the national stage. Those people will watch those games, partly because just it's in Paris, but I believe USC played Ole Miss out there last year, so these are good games. Duke and Baylor is the other game out there. Both those teams have been Sweet 16 teams.
That's not a sports management magazine.
So I'm excited. I think it'll be good, and it is cool that they're going up a little early, so the team will get a chance to see the sights and
Will there be
enjoy
a
the
French
trip.
broadcast?
I
Will
don't
we
know.
hear
Do
a French Jake
Do I
Lyman?
have to broadcast in
You
French?
should open up in French.
Bonjour.
Yes.
Please
Bonjour.
don't.
Just do a full
I hope
one sentence.
I hope Connor's producing that game.
Oh God. Well, I don't do your games usually.
at 3 a.m.
I don't think I've ever done a game for you.
Yeah, you have.
Mm-mm.
You've done at least one.
Nope.
Yeah, you have.
Mm-mm.
I'm like 100% sure that
I'm
you
like
have.
100% sure I have.
I've done one game for
Yes,
Joe
you did.
Biden. Yep,
You did.
remember that.
Yeah. So don't know a ton about the rest of the schedule yet, but that is the second game that's been released. I think I mentioned Vandy playing Virginia in the ACC SEC
Yeah.
Challenge. So chance to beat the Who's, which is always fun. But yeah, playing Cal in Paris. I have not been to Paris before. So check France off the bucket list.
What do you want to accomplish when you're there? You want to go see like a statue or something?
I
The
don't
Eiffel
know.
Tower?
Yeah.
The city of love.
I
Bring
mean,
Tatum with you.
You should
yeah, well, yeah, that's going to be the goal.
go
Is
shop at Louis Vuitton.
I think I might get in trouble if I didn't try and bring Tatum with me.
That's where Ratatouille took place.
Should I go try and find all
Which
the
is-
Ratatouille sites?
A movie, a movie ahead of its time, by the way.
It was.
I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. Dolby Atmos. You do not see that in any other Disney movie.
What is it Gusteau's? Is that's the name of the?
Yeah.
I should be
You
like,
should you should sightsee every Ratatouille place.
sorry guys, I'm gonna miss practice. I need to go find Gusteau's.
Yeah. This is
Um,
where Remy cooked the
I have
stew.
to eat there. I've got to go find the shed that they used to live in. I don't know. I guess once we get closer, I'll start researching. It's 4 months away, but do have to find some good sightseeing. Obviously, Eiffel Tower.
So this would be your second international game you've called, right? Or second?
Yes.
location.
Norfolk, Virginia is not international.
No. Didn't y'all go to Italy?
So
right?
yeah, we went to Italy for a summer trip.
Okay.
So I called the game there just into a recorder, but it wasn't live. But we did go to Mexico my first year for a Thanksgiving tournament. So
Okay. So this will be your
this will
third
be
country.
third country with Vanderbilt.
Good for you.
It's
man.
crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I've never been outside of this country before.
Well.
Ever. I'm gonna climb into Fraser's trunk when he goes back to Nani's homeland.
Yeah, there you go.
It'd be fun. Just there are no stars and stripes where we're going, but we'll be all right.
Yeah.
I'll give you stars and stripes.
Well,
Knuckle sandwich.
I mean, just
I've got my
Yeah.
PS5 outside.
yeah, that guy never showed up.
He
by the
didn't
way.
show up unless is
Text
he out
line's
there?
been on one, man.
It has,
It has
the
been on
last
one.
2 days. The text line's been popping off.
They're going football crazy.
I don't
so
know
yes.
if anybody can tell out there, but Connor and I might be setting in some radio fatigue as we've been on the air for 7 of the last 22 hours. Yeah,
Seven.
Which
basically-
doesn't sound like a lot.
But if you're sleeping for 8 of it, it's a long time, especially in June where there's just not a whole lot going
I
on.
think we need a vacation.
haven't taken mine yet.
I think we need a beer.
I just had a vacation. Yeah, that would work.
I need a beer.
What?
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 Are we doing this again?
I mean, anytime you say it, it's just going to trigger
Well, the next
me.
reel needs to be Nihao because that was fantastic.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
pretty. I don't know if I want to put that.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe social media doesn't need to see that one.
I know.
Anyway, that was Lyman's lessons, the first one. That Vandy going to be in Paris to start off the women's college basketball season, and should be a good one. There's a lot of outlets out there that have Vandy as like a borderline top 10 team heading into this year.
Really?
So yeah, Charlie Cream I think had them as 12th for ESPN, and then I saw there's another like Twitter account that follows women's basketball had us 10th. So
I know you're pretty well versed with Vandy women's basketball. What has, I guess, Shea Ralph done to bolster that lineup going into this season?
added some size in the portal. Aaliyah Del Rosario, 6'6" from LSU, former
Okay.
5-star recruit, brought her in, and then Jackalangam Wenentunda from Texas.
Look at you go,
is
Freeman.
6 foot 6'2" forward.
Wow.
She was in the Final Four with Texas last year. Brings a lot of experience. So in the SEC, you got to have size, you got to have physicality, and I think that was a big addition alongside Michaela Blakes and Camille Pierre.
I know it's just one game sample size that I'm about to describe, like the Duke game last year in the tournament.
Oregon.
Oregon, excuse me. It was
Yeah.
at Duke.
At
Yeah.
Duke,
Say
yes,
it.
yeah.
So like I felt like watching that game, there were some times where Vandy was getting out rebounded.
Yeah,
for
well,
sure.
they had Philly Che was 6'7", 6'8", massive in the post, and it's tough when a girl can just kind of like pluck rebounds over the top. So no, the size should be better, and then obviously Michaela and Camille, they actually just competed in the Team USA AmeriCup trials. Michaela made the team,
Wow.
so Michaela Blakes will be competing with Team USA at the FIBA AmeriCup this year, and so that's great experience. They should be better this year. I think it's going to be a fun season. I think very good chance that Vandy is hosting tournament games in March.
How competitive are they in the SEC, do you think?
SEC is going to be tough. I think Vandy's going to be a top half of the league team, which
Yeah.
they've been for the last 2 years. But Ole Miss got better. Tennessee got better. South Carolina is always great. LSU is always good. Texas is going to be really good. So it's going to be competitive, but I think Vandy's right there in the mix for, 4 through 8 in the league. So
yeah,
I'm excited. I can't believe we're almost halfway through the offseason. So it'll be fun, and it all starts in France. That was Lyman's Lessons, if that's what we're gonna call it. I'm gonna find a better name for next
We
week.
can workshop.
We're gonna workshop
Yeah.
it. I don't like Lyman's Lessons, but that was like the only thing I could think of. Next week we'll have a better name for it, and I'll just throw it in wherever. 615-737-1025 is the phone number. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show. We'll make some picks, and we'll get out of here on 4's Company, 1025, 1063 The Game. Final segment, 4's Company on this Saturday, 1025, 1063 The Game. Jake Lyman, Nick Frazier, Connor Newton, Jake Wallman with you. Our extended show hours, second week with the 9 to noon show time. It's been fun. Tried out some new segments today. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. But we're excited to be on for 3 hours, and it's time to make our weekend picks. Big weekend coming up. We've talked about the College World Series and Coastal Carolina and LSU squaring off. Best of 3 starting tonight at 6, but also a big one in the NBA. Game 7. First Game 7 in the NBA since 2016. Pacers and Thunder in Oklahoma City tomorrow night. Who gets the win? Who takes home the Larry O'Brien Trophy? Nick Frazier.
I think the Thunder will prevail and be top dogs for the rest of the offseason. So I'm going with Thunder.
I mean, we kind of did it yesterday.
Yeah.
Jake and I. I'm going Thunder as well.
We said it without saying it.
I think it'll be a close game. I think the Thunder end up winning by 8 to 10, and that's just because free throws allow them to pull away. But it should be a fun one. Do I think it'll be an under 100-point scoring game? Absolutely not.
No, I think it'll be high scoring. I want to pick the Pacers so bad because they've exceeded expectations. They've defied the odds. Every time everyone counts them out, they find a way to win. But the Thunder, they've been the best team in the league all year, and they're playing at home. That crowd's going to be rocking. I have a really tough time going against OKC. I think the Thunder take it home and win the title. Jake Wallman?
The team that normally wins Game 6 wins Game 7.
That is true.
Give me the Pacers.
The last 3 times that a team won Game 6 trailing 3-2, they won Game 7 too. So Jake Wallman going with the Indiana Pacers. Coastal and LSU. We've picked the College World Series like 4 times. So we're not picking the series, but let's pick game 1. Who takes the game tonight between the Chanticleers and the Tigers?
I think LSU shows up and brings our A game. I'm going to go LSU. And by the way, for the NBA, just for fun, that's Game 7, 123 to 121.
Wow. Oh, so you think
really
like
close.
we're going to get like a big moment at the end.
I think so.
That's all I'm hoping for. Give us a Game 7 moment that we remember from this series. Because we were talking about it yesterday. The last 3 we do. And actually, I was completely wrong. I was messing up the Lakers-Celtics series.
It was a different one.
It was a different one. I was thinking of the
Celtics won in
anything is
08.
possible. Yes,
Yeah.
they won in 08. In 2010, the Lakers won in 7.
Kevin Garnett.
Yeah, I was completely wrong the whole day yesterday. I just assumed that was the anything is possible one. Yeah, that's my bad. But yes, I hope we get a big moment in the NBA. So you got LSU in College World Series Game 1.
I'll go Coastal. I think Coastal, they're coming in hot. They've won 26 straight. I think they come in firing hot, and I think the bats get hot, and I think they win this one.
I'm going to go LSU too. I think the Tigers, they've gotten hot. They've got the pitching. I think LSU takes it, and I do think it goes 3, but I think LSU takes game 1 tonight. Jake Wallman?
I'm going to go Coastal as well, and I'm interested to see how LSU responds. Coastal normally scores most of their runs in early innings. So, like, if Coastal can throw that first punch, how does LSU react and throw a counter?
Yeah,
So give me the shots.
All right, so we're split down the middle on College World Series Game 1. That's coming up at 6, and our wild card for today. Anybody ready with a wild card?
Oh, I'm
okay,
ready.
Nick Frazier, you
I'm
got it.
Picking a sport, rugby, NRL.
Okay. That,
A
yeah,
real
that is
sport.
a sport. Yep.
At 11 p.m. tonight, my favorite team, the Brisbane Broncos, take on the Sharks. They're taking on Ronaldo Mulitao, who is probably one of the best wingers right now in NRL. But the Broncos, I think it's a 5 versus 7 matchup, so it's top 8, both playoff teams. I just think the Broncos with Reese Walsh and Pat Kerrigan, they need to kind of click on all cylinders because Billy Walters is just not doing it for them.
Yeah,
So,
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
we're just all on the same page. I love it.
Connor Newt, what's your wild card?
You know what? I'll go Orioles Yankees. I think the Yankees are on quite the skid as of late. I think they bounce back today. Give me the Yankees to even up the series against the Orioles.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. This might be a stretch. I'm going to pick the Tampa Bay Rays to beat the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, you can't pick a game already in
Man.
progress. Come on.
I'm kidding.
That's a pretty good pick.
Yeah, I mean,
Good one.
They're doing better than 500.
they
right
were
now.
down 4-0. So let's see.
I'm going to pick Team FaZe to beat Team Rocket in the Call of Duty Invitational.
Who do I want to pick?
Picking a game also in the second inning is crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I'm just frustrated that the Tigers gave up 4 when they should have been out of that inning. I will go with the Athletics to beat the Guardians tonight. I like the A's.
in the battle of poor franchises.
They had a really long, tough stretch for the Athletics after a great start, but I think they spin out of it tonight. Jake Wallman, what's your wild card?
So I'm going off the grid here, much like Frazier, but this is
I'm on the grid. We're in
Okay.
It's a real
country
sport.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm going to go with golf in the Travelers Championship this weekend. Scotty Scheffler's running that sport right now. Give me Scheffler to
Notice
hold on and
golf's a sport.
Golf is a sport. Yep.
give me Scheffler to hold on and win the Travelers this weekend.
You've got Scotty. I saw Rory play pretty well the other day after his meltdown.
What about Brian Griffin?
Brian and Lois.
Right.
They had a really great start. Now I like Rory, but yeah, his antics last week was a little bit over the top.
When does he not have a meltdown? You know,
I know.
it's almost like every other tournament. It's either him or Shane Lowry have a meltdown.
Well, yeah, they both did.
Yeah.
Shane Lowry had some choice words about Oakmont, and Rory just declining to speak to the media. I get it. It's tough. You're frustrated. You don't want to go out there and answer questions, but it is part of your contractual obligation. Tigers are horrible.
Just like us. We have to answer questions.
Right. We have to answer questions. When somebody texts into the text line, we are contractually obligated to answer them.
No matter how stupid your
I'm just
take
kidding.
is.
No, we're not. We are not. I like Rory, but he did do the like holier than thou thing with Liv of like, these are all terrible people for taking this money. And now he's kind of turned into a drama queen the last couple of years, which
Wants his money.
he does. He does. And it is funny. All the Liv guys, like Bryson won a major last year, but outside of that, those guys have all kind of fallen off a cliff. Like
John Rahm was world #1, and now he's
Rahm's not great. Koepka doesn't compete in majors as much anymore. Dustin Johnson hasn't been good.
Who's the best Liv? DeChambeau?
Bryson's been the best
Yeah.
lately. Yeah. Patrick Reed, Cameron Smith, like those guys have still been decent, but it is funny. It seems like those guys, they took their money and then just kind of let their game slip a little bit.
Yeah, I will say for live golfers, it's kind of funky because last year Brooks Koepka, one of the live golfers, was at the PBR event, and every I guess live golf team there is like an owner to that team. They follow him around everywhere.
Really?
It's really weird. Yeah, like it's almost like they own you in some regard.
Yeah. I mean, I do like Brooks Koepka, and I saw a video this week. I'm sure. Did you guys see this of him? Like he was dressed up as John Daly, I think, and he was dancing around. Like he's living life. Like Brooks Koepka's living life, and I'm sure that the hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, if you look this up, be prepared. He made what, $300 million? Was that the Tiger offer?
That's not an appropriate outfit.
Brooks Koepka.
Not from Brooks.
Live contract. 130 million. So I don't think he's losing sleep, but he always talked about how he wanted to win as many majors as possible. And he would never compete in any of the other ones. He'd always be like on the cut line, but majors, he was always in it. It's just not the case anymore.
No, it's not. And then that's just the lay of the land now for just golf in general. These live golfers, like you're talking about, just only, they're only allowed to go into PGA sanctions for majors. That's
Right.
it. But besides that, even their events they put on for themselves, it's just not entertaining.
No one really cares about live golf that much.
No. Like when it came to Nashville, it was cool, but
I think it's cool to see in person, but no one wants to turn that on TV.
and for the PGA to do it on a weekly basis of just doing like a regular term, which is awesome. But to have the waste management once a year, that's what makes it great.
Yeah.
It's almost like live golf is doing that.
They're
and
trying to do
just-
it every single
yeah,
week.
and they're abusing it, which doesn't work.
Yeah. The Open is in what, a couple of weeks?
I believe so. I know right now it's the Travelers.
It is coming up.
Love this golf talk, guys.
You
I know.
love golf. You know you do.
We kind of just got ourselves on a little tangent here at the end. We're running out of time. Yes, the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th of July. So
Who's that?
about a month. until we get the Open Championship, and we'll see who takes home the final major of the year. That'll about wrap things up for us here on 4's Company. Fun show. Again, we tested out some new segments. I liked Where Are They Now? I think
I did too.
we're gonna bring that back.
It's here to stay.
We'll refine it.
Yes, it's gonna be different but the same next week.
I'll have some good ones.
Yes,
for you.
Connor Newt is going to be the czar of Where Are They Now next week.
I'm gonna look up every Kentucky basketball player from like
Oh, you know I'm
early
gonna,
2000s.
you know I'm gonna sneak one.
There'll
in,
be
right?
at least one Kentucky player in there.
You
know I
can't use
have to.
DeMarcus Cousins because he's not in the league right now.
He's no longer in the Puerto Rican league, right?
Yeah, he got
So
canned.
You know I'll sneak one in.
we'll
Where
see.
is Benny Snell now?
Yeah, I'll have to find that one out. I don't know.
I can tell you right. Detroit Lions.
Oh,
Okay.
plenty to listen to on the Game Nashville Sports Network this weekend. You've got Sounds Baseball on 94.9 The Fan. MLB is on 102.5 later today. You've got NASCAR tomorrow. You got the Cats in the AF1 semifinals. Make sure you keep it tuned here all weekend long. For Nick Frazier, Connor Newt, Jake Wallman, I am Jake Lyman signing off. Enjoy your weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
See ya.